Just setting up the live broadcast. Should take a few moments. Please bear with. Thank you very much.
But no, they're using this legislation to screw over, I'm going to use that language, two-tier justice, to screw over people like George Galloway, people like Tommy and others. Tommy, like a terrorist, just like armed no white supremacists. You can call me a white supremacist, that's just the label. But when you charge someone on terrorism with anyone here to this building, you can spend thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds on expensive lawyers. When you tell me what you do, I can go to some cheap massive lawyer.
We're just setting up. Should take a few moments.
Say for example, many of you know, some weeks ago, some white boy, someone tried to harass Tommy on a railway station. And as another result of what happened, and then in self-defense,
details. Like,
yeah, on ChatGPT.
Anyway,
believe it.
and also X as well.
Oh yeah, no, wait, so let me get it right. As a journalist,
So we're looking at X.
we're using X and ChatGPT.
All sorts of sources.
No. Can't not believe it. This is the journalist scoop. This information.
Well, no, I'm checking on
Big news.
X accounts, in fact.
This is big news.
Lots of details.
Big news.
So it's Central 7 House of the Central Bank.
Yeah.
Central 7.
Now, how do you know that? This is what Lewis. This is a setup.
Okay. We're gonna set up over there, but yeah, we'll talk on camera in a sec. Definitely interview you, get your thoughts on the thing and all sorts. So yeah, good to see you anyways.
I'm 60, not going to bog. So I'm back soon.
Okay, if you don't mind just checking if the microphone is working, please put one in the live chat. Thank you. Thank you, Jojo. Okay, we are now broadcasting live and on the ground in central London, outside Westminster Magistrates Court. And as we see today, Tommy Robinson is in court over a lot of stuff. So a bit of background information to give you guys. On July 28th, 2024, at the Channel Tunnel, Tommy Robinson was stopped by police who were using Schedule 7 of the Terrorism Act. So this law enables officers to stop and question individuals at a UK port to determine if they are involved in terrorism. And the charge that Tommy Robinson is accused of is failing to provide his PIN for his mobile phone when the police requested it. So he is in court because of that. He refused to give his PIN to his phone, and now they're using Schedule 7 to charge him under the terrorism legislation. And if he's found guilty, he could face up to 3 months in prison, in jail, and a £2,500 fine. Yeah, we are currently outside Westminster Magistrates Court at the moment, live and on the ground in central London. And he is in court today and also tomorrow as well. So there are a lot of his supporters behind me over there expressing their support for Tommy Robinson, because from their point of view they see it as an injustice and another excuse just to lock him up. And they think that the terrorism legislation is being abused by the government to lock up people such as Tommy Robinson and others, in fact, like George Galloway as well. So we're currently live and on the ground outside Westminster Magistrates Court. He is inside at the moment, but he should be walking out sometime within the next few hours and then walking back in again after lunch break. So we'll be broadcasting throughout today. Be sure to share this stream with your friends and family. My name is Louis Errington. I'm an independent journalist and I cover a broad variety of protests and events, and also Speaker's Corner on a frequent basis in central London and sometimes outside of London as well. So welcome to the channel if you're new. Thank you for tuning in. Be sure to share this stream out there, and also to get notified for future live streams, be sure to hit the bell notification button so you stay notified whenever I go live or upload a new video. But there is a well-known character standing next to me. Feel free to come in front of the camera. I'd like to ask you a series of questions. I've been doing this for 5 years. I'm different to Wendell.
No, you're the white version of Wendell, man.
But in terms of, I'd like to ask you in terms of why do you think, I'll just set the camera up quickly, set the tripod. So we got a well-known character here, Young Bob, also much involved in Turning Point UK and Disciples of Christ in various organisations. But do you think the terrorism legislation is being abused by the government to lock up people like Tommy Robinson as political prisoners?
Yeah, so it's ridiculous. I mean, after 7/7, they reformed a lot of these legislations to make sure that individuals that they believe could even form a threat to national security, whatever that means, could be arrested, and you do not have the right to remain silent. And you must comply with all their demands, or you'll be charged under a section under the Terrorist Act. So they're using it most definitely. They're doing what the government typically does. You ambiguously define legislation to then later use it down the line to your benefit.
And we know we have a lot of his supporters here today behind us supporting Tommy Robinson. Do you think this will make him even more popular, especially on social media across the world and in the United States, where he also has a lot of backing?
I think maybe stateside, yeah. But in terms of the UK, he already is popular as I think he might be. Like, for example, this is a regular for Tommy Robinson, getting nicked for rubbish things. So we're used to it, mate.
And you're down here today, you're filming on your channel and various stuff. And we're almost doing a streaming standoff here, but so what's your channel?
Young Bob Studios. We've got 862 people watching.
Thank you for your time on camera. Very good to see you. Yeah, Louis Errington on YouTube, and also we got Young Bob over here. Hi sir, how are you?
I'm good,
Good to
man.
see you.
Nice to see you, man.
How's
Nice
it been?
again. Yeah, good.
So why are you down here today?
To support Tommy Robinson. Do you want me to hold it? Yeah, to support Tommy Robinson, to support freedom of speech more than anything else. So that's why I'm here.
Do you think the terrorism legislation is being abused in a sense by the government to lock up individuals such as Tommy Robinson and also others like George Galloway?
Yeah, I think it's being misused by the government, and to lock up journalists because they don't want to give up their sources. I think it's pathetic. Yeah, it's not a nice thing to see happening in the UK in 2025. So it's not really a good thing. And I'm from Pakistan, so if I'm telling you it's not a good thing, believe me, it's really, really bad. So I come from a shithole like Pakistan, which is corrupt. So seeing this, yes, it's not a good thing. So, yeah.
Do you think him being in Westminster Magistrates Court today, potentially facing a few months in prison, do you think that will make him even more popular across the country and across the world, especially?
Yeah, I think it's going to make him popular, but I don't think he's going to go to prison. I hope he doesn't go to prison, because that will be injustice of the highest order, and I don't think it should be happening at all. So yeah, and that's why I'm here to show him my support, like everybody else here. I came all the way from Wales, so yeah, it's like I said, I'll always be here to support him or anybody else. So we need to make sure that we are defending the freedom of speech more than the man. And like I said, I've said it before many times, you don't need to like the man, you don't need to like the person, but the thing is, you need to fight for the freedom of speech, and that is what we need to do more than anything else.
Thank you very much.
I want to say a few words.
I'm good, man. How are you? Good?
Can we get the background of the court? So if you don't mind standing in front, that'd be helpful. Thank you. Yeah, here's Mike. Talk to the camera, sir.
Hi, my name's Stephen. I'm a friend of Tommy's, and this is a jumped up charge. When I read it on my emails, all it says he was charged with a terrorism offence. And they said he could miss Christmas. I hope he doesn't. I want him to share Christmas with his family.
Thank you very much. As you see, a few of Tommy Robinson's supporters have gathered outside Westminster Magistrates Court to express their support for Tommy Robinson. He's inside at the moment. Hi, how are you? Good to see you, Louis. Nice to meet you. So, in terms of today, why do you think it's important to be out here today? You're supporting Tommy Robinson. Do you think this is an injustice?
Absolutely, 100% injustice. We're all here for him because he's the only man that's standing up for our country.
And in terms of the terrorism legislation, do you think it's being abused by the government to lock up people such as Tommy Robinson and others like George Galloway?
Yes, and normal people that are just here to support are getting arrested and put in prison. It's two-tier policing at its best.
Howard. Oh, again. Good to see you. Yeah. So we got the entrance in the way. Wonderful. So we got Howard Cox here. He was a former Reform UK candidate for London Mayor. However, now he has in fact defected to Ben Habib's Advance UK. But we are outside Westminster Magistrates Court here today. Tommy Robinson is facing trial. I could potentially be facing up to 3 months or even longer in prison. Tell me your thoughts on what's going on at the moment with him as well.
Well, I'm here because this is an absolute travesty of justice. We're seeing two-tier policing, two-tier judiciary situation. All Tommy did was not give his details to how to access his phone. And on that phone was confidential journalistic source information, victims of child rape gangs, and that's what he's famous for. People see other things and he's being portrayed as a bad man. We've all got bad things in our past, even Nelson Mandela was a terrorist. The important thing for us at the moment is to support Tommy because this is about free speech and protecting every one of us in this country. And Tommy has been doing this for years. And bless his cotton socks, I'm here to support him. I'm going to follow him. Well, I'm going to follow him forever. I went to see him in prison. I spent 2 hours with him. I didn't know much about before I went in there. I came out of that an inspired individual. And I'm telling everyone watching this, please watch what he says, listen what he says. That man is truly inspirational.
And in terms of the Terrorism Act, the legislation surrounding it, do you think it's very much abused by the government to lock up individuals who are very vocal and speak their mind, such as Tommy Robinson, and also people like George Galloway as well, who was also a few weeks ago detained at Gatwick Airport under the Terrorism Act?
Well, they are using it. It's ridiculous what's happening. And the worst thing about this particular thing for Tommy today, he hasn't got 12 people on the jury. There's no jury. It's one man making a decision. How can that be objective? This man, the judge, he may favour Tommy today. Let's hope, fingers crossed, he will. But I doubt it will happen because guess what? They will use the Terrorism Act as a way of getting people with freedom of speech. Just look at people like Lucy Connolly. It wasn't a Terrorism Act, but people like other people. I know must be 1,200 people at the moment are up in court at the moment because they simply spoke their mind. They didn't create violence or anything. And yet I've been to a lot of these Palestinian marches and what they're saying is inflationary, dangerous. In fact, I've been threatened several times on those marches simply for the say I support the Jewish nation.
And in terms of Tommy Robinson himself, his movement, Uniting the Kingdom, do you think this will just make him more popular across the country, seeing a man being locked up for various stuff and he's very vocal, we know, and also across the world? Do you think his popularity will increase even more because of this happening?
Well, absolutely, and I understand Elon Musk is funding his legal fees for this today. The thing is, he's already bloody popular. He was so popular, he told people to vote for reform in the last election, and 4 million people did. But I think he regrets that now, and he's come out in support of Advance UK, has Elon Musk, and I've joined Advance UK because it's the only truly democratic party. Under Nigel Farage and Zia Youssef, I'm afraid it's a dictatorship. And Tommy's recognised that, and his popularity will just drive Advance UK into number 10.
Howard, very good talking to you today. Thank you very much. Cheers. So this is Howard Cox, once again, very well known. He's part of Advance UK now. He defected from Reform due to various internal divide. I'll just show that on camera.
Oh, proud to be one of that.
So yeah, once again, Howard Cox here, defected from Reform some time ago because there was a lot of internal conflict. Just a final question here, because we know there was a lot of internal conflict in Reform. and we're all aware that Nigel Farage has distanced himself from Tommy Robinson. Do you think you know the reason as to why he did that? Was it a tactical move, or do you think he actually fully disagrees or doesn't agree with Tommy?
It goes back a long way. There's a lot of water under the bridge, a lot of bad feeling between them both. But Tommy swallowed that and actually recommended reform at the last general election, that we should vote for reform. And that's why they got 4 million votes. They didn't get enough MPs, so that's a problem with it. We haven't got proportional representation. When you've got the Lib Dems getting, 56, 70 MPs on less votes. But yes, there is a problem between Nigel's ears. It's no one else's. I left because I was threatened with expulsion by Richard Tice in a text that said, if you continue to support Tommy Robinson, you'll be expelled. So this is supposedly a party of free speech. Well, I'll tell you, it bloody well isn't.
Thank you very much for that, Howard, once again, and I hope to see you later. Thank you. Cheers. Once again, we are outside Westminster Magistrates Court. Tommy Robinson is inside. And the main reason why he is here today is because some time ago, in July 2024, he was stopped by police who were using Schedule 7 of the Terrorism Act, which enabled officers to arrest him and question him as well. And he also he refused to provide his PIN on his mobile phone. And they tried to access his phone, but Tommy Robinson refused that, hence why he is in court today. And as we see over here, there are a number of people who have come out to support him in this. And many people do refer to this as a potential injustice here. And I've spoken to a few people already, and they've said similar things, stating that they think that the government are using the Terrorism Act. They think the government are abusing the Terrorism Act to lock up individuals who are very much vocal and speak their mind, such as Tommy Robinson, of course, and also we know that George Galloway was actually detained at Gatwick Airport not a long time ago under the Terrorism Act for reasons we need to look into, but there's a lot of debate about whether the Terrorism Act is being abused by the government, and many people would say that it is, or that's what I'm getting from a lot of people who I'm talking to today. But we're currently outside, a lot of his supporters here, and we're at Westminster Magistrates Court at the moment. We're live and on the ground, reporting on the streets of central London. My name is Louis Errington. I'm an independent journalist, and I cover a diverse range of protests and events in central London, and also Speaker's Corner on a frequent basis. So if you're new to the channel, be sure to subscribe and hit the bell notification button so you get notified whenever I go live or upload a new video. Thank you for tuning in.
Is to give people, if you move around, come here. So even if you couldn't hear good, it doesn't matter. I'm giving people something that's going on up there. So
We're here. We're going in.
It's your number two. It's one word. Yeah.
Hiya, how are you doing? Good to see you. Good, thanks. Do you want to give a bit of insight on camera as to what's happening with Tommy Robinson? And in terms of your thoughts, do you think it would be it's an injustice? But do you think mainly, the main question here, do you think the government are abusing the Terrorism Act by locking up individuals such as Tommy Robinson, and they tried to even go after people like George Galloway, who had a separate view, but do you think they're abusing that act?
I do believe they're abusing the Terrorism Act, yes, for sure. I think with the auditors and that back in the day there was a section, I think it was section 43, and they done the same with that and they took that away because they was doing the same thing, they was abusing that. And he's a journalist. He's got sensitive information on his phone by victims of SA, etc. You know what I mean? And he has to protect them. So, because he's a journalist, he wouldn't allow them into their phone. But as I say, he's not a terrorist, is he? We all know that. They're definitely abusing that act for sure. Yeah.
And we know we have a number of his supporters here today. But from your perspective, why do you think it's important that his supporters turn up to show their love and support for Tommy Robinson and his cause and his group?
Well, I think it's a must really, because at the end of the day, it shows the injustice in it. Apparently, there was a lot more people here before we turned up. I was late as hell myself, but before he went into court, a lot of mainstream and they've all gone. Obviously, they've got people in the court. So when he's coming out, there'll be loads more mainstream here. But I do believe there was a few more patriots as well. But it seems like people, the numbers have died down. I'm sure there'll be a few more before he comes out. But 100% it's important to show the injustice in that charge.
And in terms of the outcome today, what do you hope the outcome would be?
Well, apparently it's going over 2 days. So somebody told me. I'm not confirmed that, but someone's told me it's going over 2 days. Hopefully that it gets thrown out. Down to his journalism. As I say, he's got the best lawyers. I do believe Elon's covering this. Elon Musk is covering the financial side of things. So he'll have the best King's Counsel defending him, and hopefully they can find a loophole to get it thrown out.
Interestingly enough, I was talking to Howard Cox earlier, and he was a former Reform UK member and candidate, but then he defected to Advance UK because we gather that there's been a lot of internal divide about Nigel Farage also distancing himself from Tommy Robinson. Do you think Nigel Farage is trying to play as safe as possible, or do you think he genuinely has a dislike towards Tommy for various reasons?
Yeah, I think he's just playing he's just playing the role at the moment. So, you know, in his eyes, he has to distance himself because he's going with the narrative, and he's following like the parliamentary role, like kind of thing. So, if he had support for Tommy, maybe, you know, maybe in my opinion, the elites wouldn't back him. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah. And also, in terms of Tommy Robinson's popularity, do you think because also he has the backing of Elon Musk, one of the most famous people in the world, he owns the platform X, we're also multi-streaming to that at the moment, but do you think what's happening today and also throughout the next 2 days will sort of make Tommy Robinson more popular across the country and all over the world, across all sorts of communities and various groups?
I think any time Tommy Robinson's in the public eye, you know, when the media want to make a mockery of him or the establishment want to make a mockery of him, it promotes it all around the world. You know, it promotes it for us, it promotes it for Tommy. As for Elon backing him, I do believe that one day he will go over to America and he will be sitting with Elon and Trump. Yes, for sure.
So thank you very much for your time on camera. You're 2 Up 2 Down on YouTube.
That's the number 2, yeah.
Thank you once again.
Cheers,
Very
Louis.
good talking
Top
to you.
man, mate.
Thanks.
All the best. And that's Louis Errington
Yep.
on YouTube or X as well, isn't it?
X as well, yeah. And then hopefully Facebook, but Facebook they took down one of my videos in the past.
Getting a bit woke, isn't it?
Hi there, how are you doing? You okay? Very good to see you. How's it been? You okay? Yeah. Let me check, nearly pushing to 800 now. Yeah.
Oh, you're beating young Bob
I
there.
know. I have more than him anyway. So, yeah.
Oh, do you have more than him?
We're all healthy competition in that sense. Yeah.
And who are the other big ones?
So there's Wendell, but he's on the media team for the other people. I'm slightly different, so I'm more of a freelance. I go everywhere. So I even cover all the Palestinian demonstrations, all the stand-up to racism stuff as well. Various others.
Well, it's solved now.
Yeah.
There's peace sales all over.
I know.
You can all go home.
Yeah, it'll probably be more of the migrant hotel protests and stand-up to racism more often. There'll probably be more the likely protests happening in the future, and all the others going on, and potentially just a boil. They might make it come back. Who knows? Yeah.
Change your vest.
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah.
I think it's all a bit of a damp squid.
But once he comes out again, there'll be like a
Yeah, there'll be a scrum again.
media. Yeah.
Always happens. Then he goes for lunch at a certain point. And
Yes. And I believe he's coming back in again. He comes back later.
It's a 2-day trial, so I imagine they would
Yeah. Yeah. But he'll obviously be around the area. His main cameraman went. So it's obvious. Yeah. Yeah, the street mic. Headphones. Yeah. Yeah, Tom Mann. Yeah, very engaging. We both go to Speaker's Corner and film all the stuff there, all the debates, and very notorious for that. So, yeah, I was there yesterday and there was a bit of scuffle.
Yeah, pretty sneaky. Kicked off or
Twice in fact, in the daytime. It was just more minor incidents, someone pushed someone, and then in the evening there was almost a scuffle between an individual and some other person, and they were arguing over, I think, aftershave, or someone who's spraying someone with aftershave or deodorant. It was the most weirdest thing. And I was about to leave, and then that happened. And I was hanging around for like an extra 10, 20 minutes due to that.
Yeah.
And I think because of my broadcast or someone else there, most likely the van turned up within 10 minutes and just tried to settle the situation. And luckily everyone left without any hassle. Just tried to make sure it was all peaceful at the end. But initially it was quite heated, but luckily people were separating the two individuals who were clashing. It happens a lot of Speaker's Corner.
If you're going to speak corner, you're going there.
Yeah. And in case stuff is thrown there, I've got my press helmet. It does look like it's been under the war zone. No, it's just been hitting the floor with my backpack. So, yeah, haven't been any, except for one time at Trafalgar Square 2 years ago. Yeah. Anyway, it's very good to see you.
Always good to see you.
Definitely catching a bit. Yeah, definitely.
Yes, sir. So that is.
Hi, how are you? Louis, nice to meet you.
Who are you with?
I'm a freelance independent. I know Wendell quite well from Speaker's Corner, Square Spaces, and I cover a wide variety of stuff.
Wendell! Is he okay? Yes. What? Yeah.
Don't worry, I'm not
Good.
any. Yeah. So, in terms of today, could you give me a bit of insight as to what's happening with Tommy Robinson, why he's in court, and why he could potentially face jail time?
I've been with Tommy since last night. He's in all good spirits. Today he's in court for a terrorism charge because he refused to give the police officer's PIN number access to his phone. The reason he didn't give the police officer's PIN number to get access to his phone is because he's a journalist and he's got a lot of information in that phone regarding when it comes to victims of sexual crimes such as paedophilia and rape. Now, as we've seen in previous years, when the police have actually got their hands on such evidence in grooming scandals throughout the northeast of England, they've destroyed it, and it's actually thwarted any court cases that were going to proceed in the future. So he had his journalistic he used his journalistic privilege not to give his PIN number, and that's basically what he's in court for today. I spoke to his solicitor earlier. She's thinking it may be done and dusted today, you know what I mean? It may not last until tomorrow, but there's a chance it will go on to tomorrow. And they said it's a very strong case that they have, you know what I mean? So I've had to come outside because I've had my own recording to do. You can't hear anything in the public gallery. We've asked the judge on numerous occasions to turn it up. You can't hear anything. I don't have supersonic hearing, so it's a waste of time me being sat there. So I've come out just to do a little bit of press and stuff. But hopefully it's a good day. He's in good spirits. It's very positive. So I think we're going to have a good outcome today. Yeah, that's what we're hoping for.
And in terms of the Terrorism Act, do you think the government in recent years has been abusing their powers to lock up individuals, obviously such as Tommy Robinson himself? And we even know that they tried to use it against another individual. They detained George Galloway at Gatwick Airport for different similar reasons.
Yeah, they're 100% weaponising their powers and using it to arrest people. I mean, all he was doing was leaving the country and taking a car to drop off to his friend, and then they didn't have any other charges to arrest him on, so they used that terrorism legislation that they've been overusing and abusing the powers of. And I completely support what Tommy did with not giving his PIN number and not giving them direct access to all the information and evidence that he's got in cases regarding grooming, paedophilia and rape. So I support it. I know he'd make the same decision again, and even with my own work with the Predator Hunter series, I never give my PIN number to officers every time they arrest me either. So he completely did the right thing in my eyes. Yeah. But when it comes to the case that you're talking about with Galloway, I'm not too sure about that, and I'm not too up to date with the law when it comes to the terrorist legislation. I just know the reasons behind this arrest and why he was arrested. That's basically it. Yeah.
And we know recently we have information that Tommy Robinson has been invited by a minister in the Israeli government to come and visit Israel, and he has a lot of support from the Israeli government. Do you think this is a positive step in the right direction for the Uniting the Kingdom movement in the future, having a lot of backing from foreign governments across the world?
100%, with the backing he's had from influential businessmen to countries now, and Israel's been at the forefront from protecting the West from extremism, so it's 100% helpful. His invitation is in place. I'm not too sure when he's flying out myself. That'll be a question for him to answer, but yeah, it's all a positive. It's all moving in the right direction, and us guys at UTK, we support Israel fully.
Thank you very much for your time on camera. Cheers.
Yeah, there you go.
Lovely. Top man. Good man.
Yeah, cheers.
Have a good one.
Thank you. Good, thank you. How are you? Yeah.
Could be a long one. This could roll over the afternoon.
Yeah, we don't know it.
I think they finish about 4
No, there's a break, and then I think he might be coming back in soon.
Right. So what, they break up one?
I believe so.
Whenever the judge do.
Check online.
Hit the like button, guys, subscribe and hit the bell notification.
He's part of us too, right?
That's from the EDL days.
Oh, and now he's part of the UTK team, United Kingdom team. Yeah.
He was one of the guys that set the EDL up.
Was it got the name of the protest, but they did a lot in the north of England, near Rochdale. Telford, yes. They were slightly smaller, but that's when the movement was all.
Yeah, that's right. It was over them before he began scandals. That's when he took up. And when he got his ex account back.
Yeah.
That's when he really kicked off. When he got his ex back.
Because Elon Musk took over X, when was it? Nearly 2 years ago?
He will go and see Elon and Trump.
In America?
Yeah. That's on the short.
Cover it.
Yeah, that was brilliant.
I don't know if I could use my ID before, because it's a UK-based ID.
Yeah.
But hopefully I can try my best to use it.
That'd be a good one. You make you laugh, mate. Yeah, you're channel.
Do you mind holding the camera here, just making sure?
Yeah, go on, mate.
Cheers. Thank you. Okay, we're currently live and on the ground outside Westminster Magistrates Court. And as we know, Tommy Robinson is currently indoors. He's inside at the moment. And the main reason why he is here today is that back in July 2024, he refused to give his PIN from his mobile phone to the police. And they tried to access his phone. They tried to ask for his PIN, but Tommy Robinson refused to give his PIN to the authorities, and therefore he is now in court at the moment. And there are a lot of his supporters here today, a lot of media attention, including myself, who have come down to cover this potentially 2-day court case, which started earlier this morning. And there might be another one tomorrow. We're not entirely sure on the details for that, but we're live and on the ground at the moment. My name is Louis Errington. I'm an independent journalist, and I cover a broad variety of protests, events, and also Speaker's Corner on a regular basis. So be sure to subscribe and hit the bell notification button so you stay notified whenever I go live or upload a new video. Thank you for tuning in. And as you see behind me, a lot of people around here who've come to support Tommy and his team today in central London in Westminster Magistrates Court. He's inside at the moment, and he could be out of the court within a few hours, and we'll try and interview him to get a lot of more background information as to what's happening with the ongoing situation. With what they're using against him is the Terrorism Act, and he could be potentially facing up to a few months in prison. But a lot of his team, we interviewed someone from his team earlier, and they are actually hopeful that he won't go to prison. So we're not too sure yet what will happen, what the outcome will be, but we will update you throughout the course of today on what's happening at the moment with Tommy Robinson's case. So stay tuned, hit the bell notification button so you stay notified. Thanks once again for tuning in. Hi there. How are you? Oh, very good to see you. How's it been? So, in terms of today, in fact,
Let's
so
leave this on the side because we don't want to
I'm a freelance independent journalist. So yeah, would it be okay if we could just stand over there? If that's okay. Thank you. Thanks. So we're outside Westminster Magistrates Court today. We know that Tommy Robinson is inside, and one of the main reasons he failed to provide his PIN to his mobile phone to the authorities. But tell me your thoughts on the ongoing case with that at the moment, and are you hopeful that he might not go to prison, or do you think he will go to prison?
I'm hopeful that he won't, because he's not perfect, but he's done more good than damage. He means well. He means well for the British people, and he means well for the foreigners. He's not a far-right person, as they call him. He wants the best for his country. There are many foreigners in his demonstrations. I'm a foreigner. He's not against them. He wants to do the best for both sides, but he wants to keep the dangerous people out of his country, and he has the right to do that. And you know, people here support him. If he's not perfect, he's trying very hard. And as a human, he might laugh sometimes, but on the whole, he is doing really legit things. So I hope he does it. I hope he does it. I hope he does it. Now, the thing is that I don't know exactly the details of this episode, so better talk to somebody else about that. But like I know more like generally, he doesn't deserve to be called what he's going to prison.
And in terms of the government using the Terrorism Act, do you think the UK government in particular are abusing the Terrorism Act to lock up individuals such as Tommy Robinson and also various others, the likes of George Galloway, who was recently detained at Gatwick Airport under the same legislation?
You're asking the wrong people, you're asking the wrong person, because I don't know enough about the second person who said. I have sent many reports to terror police. They look at all the videos I've sent, and terror police can't say much, but from what generally they tell me, these people are being looked, they're being observed. I said why so many people haven't been deported, like and they say, the police doesn't disclose. This is up to the courts why they don't deport certain people. So they're being too tolerant with that side. Whether the terrorism law is used properly on Tommy Robinson's side, about him, I just know an overview. I don't know all the incidents he's been involved with. Sorry.
Thank you very much for your time on camera. Thank you.
Are you never early? What?
Yeah, it's on YouTube and X. Louis Errington. Yeah, thank you.
Louis.
Yes.
I always laugh that you're never early. I say you'll be here. You'll be 2-3 hours. I'm going to start ringing you early to wake you up, man.
Yeah. I'm going to come early tomorrow, of course. Yeah.
You know what time I got here?
What time?
I've said.
Really? But the thing is...
No excuses.
Yeah, no excuses.
No excuses.
At least I'm here, that's the main thing. Yeah.
No, it's what's good today, what we're doing. A strategy is unfolding still. She's technically in training now. We've got all...
I'm training all the time, presenting.
You've got to do it, man.
Yeah.
But we've got people behind the scenes now who are doing Fox, they're doing clips, they're doing...
Everything. Yeah, no worries.
I want to
Yeah, I'll catch you in a bit. Actual welcome on to the stream. Hope you're doing well. We're currently live and on the ground outside Westminster Magistrates Court. Tommy Robinson is inside, and the main reasons is he failed to provide his PIN to the authorities from his mobile phone, and they are wanting to charge him under the Terrorism Act. However, I have spoken to a few people here already, and they are hopeful that that won't happen. He has a lot of backing and support from individuals and also Elon Musk in America as well, who has expressed his support for Tommy Robinson as well. But we're currently live and on the ground outside Westminster Magistrates Court. A lot of people here today supporting him. My name is Louis Errington. I'm an independent journalist and I cover a broad variety of protests and events, and also Speaker's Corner on a regular basis. So if you're new to the channel, be sure to subscribe and hit the bell notification button so you stay notified whenever I go live or upload a new video. Thank you for tuning in. We'll be broadcasting live and on the ground throughout the day, and I'll also bring you live updates as to what is happening with Tommy Robinson, whether or not he will face prison time as well. So thank you once again for tuning in. Be sure to share the stream with your friends and family as well, live and on the ground. And also to give a bit of background context as to why he is here. So the incident on July 28th, 2024, at the Channel Tunnel, Tommy Robinson was stopped by police who were using Schedule 7 of the Terrorism Act. So this law allows officers to stop and question individuals at a UK port to determine if they are involved in terrorism. And the charge Robinson is accused of is failing to provide the PIN for his mobile phone to the police when requested. Under Schedule 7, an individual must provide passwords or PINs for electronic devices if requested. So the potential penalty, if he is found guilty, he could be facing up to 3 months in jail or a £2,500 fine. However, there are a lot of people on his team who are here today. Interestingly enough, I've actually spoken to them about that in particular, and they are hopeful that since he has a lot of legal backing, he has a lot of solicitors and lawyers defending him, he might not face jail. But we're not too sure at the moment as what's happening, as he is inside the court at the moment and we are outside, so if I have any live updates, I will bring them forward to you throughout the course of the day. I got mine here. Cheers. Thank you for this.
Well, you got another one. Is that the one I gave you?
The one you gave me, yeah. Common, good use. Thank you, Wendell.
Well, listen, man.
Yeah. You do, especially standing up for ages. And, well, what I'm thinking of in the future, similar to less advanced than that, similar. So in between this and that, getting a Starlink.
Oh, yeah.
Because I do experience a lot of network issues.
I've got Starlink in there.
Really? What today? Yeah. There's also the mini Starlink. Yeah. How are you? Louis. Nice to meet you. How do you do? I got your DB News. I am totally that's me. DJ. Yeah. That's it?
I've seen it not properly.
Yeah. With bigger protests, Starlink.
Then you get the what you call it eventually. I don't need it here.
And it points up to the satellite.
I've got 600 feet. Listen, man, we're Elon Musk, man. We get the best from Elon. We get the best. And this fixing the only thing is power consumption. 6 or
Very useful to have that.
Hey man, are you right?
Good, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. You remember we did an interview at the Charlie Kirk? I've never seen that interview.
Oh, we did the interview with Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
I remember.
But did you release it or not?
It's online on the live stream.
Oh, right,
I
okay.
can send it to you.
Yeah, if you can. Well, I think I do follow you on the.
Okay.
Is it on YouTube, right?
Oh yeah, it should be on YouTube or
I think
most likely YouTube.
YouTube. Yeah.
Do you want me to?
I do follow you.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's me there.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you have X, feel free to share this.
Yeah, no, I will.
X
Yeah,
as
I will
well.
definitely.
Yeah.
Which one was it? Like which one was the Charlie Kirk one that we did?
It was.
Oh, it was. Will it be
Was
on
it
the live stream?
nighttime or was it daytime?
No, nighttime. Remember?
Oh yes, I remember that one.
Because I think I took the picture of your badge. Was it?
It was on the 12th of September.
Yeah. Yes.
So you go to that one. You'll find it on there.
All right, it's on in here, man. I didn't have this. That's the thing. No, it's fine. I got it. Can I clip my interview? Will that be okay?
Yeah.
But I'll give you obviously. I'll do mention.
Thank you so much.
Take it, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll do that, Lewis. Thank you, brother. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you.
I think I took the picture. Remember, we took the picture of your badge. Just trying to hide your face. I think it was something you mentioned. Did you have a badge? Or? No, I think
It was my channel on my phone.
Yeah. On your phone. It was your channel.
Yeah.
That's I'm just thinking on this.
What time is he coming out?
I don't know. Anywhere between now and 2 p.m. It's freezing cold,
Really?
man.
Yeah, I know. So I got the jumper.
Yeah. You've done the right thing.
Yeah.
I'm just wearing your best.
So any time between 2 and.
How many followers you got on your channel?
Nearly 30,000.
20,000?
Nearly 30.
30? Well,
Nearly
man.
29,000.
Well, I've got 2.6. 2,600. That's it. I don't have that much.
Fair enough.
And I was trying to
I know, that's what I'm trying to do. The thing is, I'm from the desert, right? I feel more cold than you guys.
I need to put my left off on either. That's how cold it's getting.
live in the same world as us. Those 1%ers, they're laughing at us, and I understand that. So I made a decision to leave. I had nothing to do and I decided that telling the truth and being able to tell my children that what I want to do and what I believe in is more important than what is my background. So I am a citizen journalist now, and I see that
Yes,
it takes a mind. You know, when the wind. What good, it does the trick.
And if it works, one of the big giants.
Where did you get this from? I might get it because it's better than a tripod.
I can send you links. Two tripods connect to.
Send me the link to what you have.
And also the rig, lighting, the microphone I got separately somewhere.
Yeah, the microphone's fine. Send me the link to the tripod.
Yeah, no, and also with Prison Live, you know how on streams you can see the logo?
Yeah, I got the premium.
You got premium now, so yeah. It's useful because it's yearly, you can do monthly, yearly. I
get the year, yeah.
And you can also multi-stream once you have it. So you can stream to X, because as you got more following on X.
Oh yeah.
You can do that. You just need to go to studiox.com and type that in, and it'll go to the page, and you have to create broadcast, select a local network. Ezra Is he indoors?
Yeah, he's inside. If you go on his Twitter, he's got a thread where he's literally posting.
Anyway, love what you're doing, mate. Watch all of them.
Oh, he follows me. Oh, that's really good for updates, especially.
Yeah,
like
the BBC
updates.
tried to snitch on it.
Wow. Really? How come?
So technically, yeah, you can't publicly broadcast that, even if it's not a video. You can't
Because he's just using words.
You still can't do that.
Post.
But he's a foreign citizen. What are they going to do?
Yeah, where does he come from? Canada.
Yeah, like what are they going to be deporting for this? Like,
yeah, but Canada, you know what's fine.
Yeah.
We know what's happening everywhere. Canada. You'd be safe in America.
Apparently, I asked him because I met him.
Yeah.
I said, "What's worse, Canada or the UK?" It's like the UK's quite hard. They'll do like public shit, like I don't know, the truck drivers, but they'll never dare like do anything worse.
Because even because I saw earlier, apparently he flew over from. Yeah, I don't blame you. He flew over from Canada overnight flight. Came directly from Heathrow. Live on the ground.
Do you actually post anything on your
Yeah, sometimes. Everything. So updates when I'm going to go live, and also all the videos.
Just that post clip?
Yeah, clips. Just short, juicy clips. This one, for example.
I think I'll say
All the money from that.
money shot. If you have good exposure, oh, you have my Twitter, right? I can repost it.
What's your Twitter? Oh, your boss. Yeah, I'll follow you. I'm
I'm not gonna impersonate.
Yep. That's what I'm planning. I'm going to have to update that. That's a year ago. I interviewed one candidate to the election last year. Yeah. I think it's Kensington and Chelsea. He is a reform candidate for Kensington and Chelsea. No, sorry, Kensington and baseball team. They expanded the constituency situation. Which is what they did. I think it was gerrymandering. So they gave it to Trump to win against the other parties. Big parties.
Gerrymandering is only something that's done in the States.
Yeah, now I need to charge. No, these are this one I use charges I think 80% from 20, so it goes up 60%. We're live and on the ground as we see outside Westminster Magistrates Court. Welcome onto the channel. If you're new, be sure to share this stream with your friends and family. As we know, Tommy Robinson is currently inside court and he refused to give his PIN to the authorities for his phone, and that's one of the main reasons why he's here today in court.
You scared? So you see, we need to engage with some of the BBCs. I'll start. I'll put the microphone.
How are you?
I can hear that rude chat.
She's stealing the mic.
Thank you very much. So give me a couple of seconds. I'm just going to say thank you to my cameraman, and then I'll be moving on to someone else.
Live and on the ground.
This is what makes me laugh. This is the style happening in I want that for a reason. That's been the style I've
Hi there. How are you?
Oh, hi.
Yeah. So in terms of today,
I don't want to talk about it, mate. Thank you.
no worries.
I mean, they definitely are dying out.
Your knowledge. No, I'm not into it. How I live. Listen, help me.
I move on to the next one.
Yeah, he came out and he was strong as anything.
Hi there.
Hey,
how are you?
doing?
You okay? Very good to see you. Louis. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
How do you do? Yeah. So in terms of today, what's happening with Tommy Robinson and the ongoing, he's in court at the moment. Tell me your thoughts on what's happening. Do you think this is a political injustice at the moment?
Who are you?
I'm a freelance independent. I cover everything. Louis Errington on YouTube.
Who do you report for? Who do you get published by?
I publish my stuff on YouTube. Everything, cover everything, all sorts. Everything, all sorts.
Okay. As
many protests as possible, but yeah, if you don't mind.
Which YouTube channel are you?
Louis Errington.
Louis Errington.
Yeah. But in terms of today, why are you down here? Are you here to support Tommy Robinson and his cause? And are you also against the fact that the government are again trying to lock him up?
It's very much our cause. It's for all of our cause. It's the cause of liberty and for freedom, where Islam is the most sexist, homophobic, large-scale practice in the world. And it's just to protect the life that we have become accustomed to in this country.
And in terms of the Terrorism Act itself, do you think the government are abusing their powers trying to lock up Tommy Robinson?
Well, they're always abusing their powers as far as Tommy Robins is concerned. You know, you think about the Silence documentary, where he was in the right. He was absolutely campaigning for decency, and they still and they just twisted it. The judge didn't really look at the facts, I don't believe, and there are pressures. There's political pressures. You know, the civil service, the judiciary. Everything is intermeshed. You know, they're working together, trying to work out things for their agendas, and people have got to be fighting for their own futures. You know, with this kind of thing. You know, the super rich can demand what they want, and they could just leave, but they can demand, you know, things so that they can get cheap employees, you know, coming in, you know, for the short term. But we've got to suffer the consequences of a change in demographics, which no one voted for. We didn't vote for this. We didn't want this. No one supported this.
Are you hopeful that today Tommy Robinson might not be charged with terrorism?
Yeah, I hope it gets out. I hope something sees sense. I hope the right arguments get put across in the, because they should have a leg to stand on. There shouldn't be a reason that he's been taken in.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Is Tommy having coffee?
Because you know, somebody puts the camera in, you know, and you're thinking, who's that? But you know, good. It's happening. Thank you.
You'll find it under the name of Louis Erickson on YouTube.
Yeah, have you got the card or anything like that? I'll remember as best I can.
If you can, yes. Thank you. Cheers.
And you got a pen?
Sadly not.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah.
It's all good, no worries.
You want to take questions?
I used to say that I did there, but you know, that would be the thing that would keep me from being cancelled.
Live and direct, tens of thousands of you around the world. So
that was the live show. Why can you not see your viewers?
I tend to keep the live channel off if I go back.
900 people.
Yeah.
Big up.
Big up. Got young Bob here.
How you doing, everyone? You see that raw sex appeal has just increased your viewer base by just about 200.
What's going international?
You are.
He did there.
Yeah, can you tell me about on camera what's going on with this stand? Because we know you're involved in Turning Point UK.
Yeah, so on the Thursday, I did a change my mind, I proved me wrong stand, my apologies, at UCL University for about 5 hours. Then for the remaining 3 of the day, we went to Camden Town.
And have you had many people come up and debate you,
Crazy
disagree
people.
with you?
I had one of a man who just called for a white genocide and started saying that transgender people existed.
Are you planning to do more of these?
Yeah, so I've got an abortion stand at Manchester Piccadilly Gardens on the 18th, this coming Saturday between 1 and 7.
And how long do you normally do them for? Do you tend to get a lot of support as well?
6 hours and no support. Not at all.
Will you be streaming that live and on the ground?
No.
In Manchester?
It's poor quality control. You've got to professionally film it. I get a cameraman in for the day.
Anyways, thank you very much, Young Bob. So that's Young Bob from Turning Point UK. He's setting up pop-up stands, a table and a chair, debating a lot of university students up and down the country.
And a fine or both. So that's the potential today. But can you imagine if the authorities actually believed that Tommy Robinson was a terrorist when this happened on the 28th of July 2024, he would have been murdered. So they can't believe it. And they've said they don't believe you're a terrorist. Excellent, but I look forward to
So we are live and on the ground in central London outside Westminster Magistrates Court.
I just realised, why did you give me that microphone if it's not playing the sound for it?
So 997
because I'm charging this anyways. It just looks more yeah. Once again, we're on the ground broadcasting outside Westminster Magistrates Court. Tommy Robinson is inside. And a bit of background to what's happening. The main reason why he is here today is that he refused to provide his PIN, his mobile phone, to the authorities. He has a strong legal team behind him, and I've spoken to many people already, some who are hopeful that he might not go to jail. However, it's not guaranteed yet. We don't know the details of what's entirely happening inside. But if I get any information, I'll of course update you all from outside on what's happening surrounding his case.
So what made you decide to bring me here?
No, it's an operation. And then one of my pals was fighting on the bed.
Get you, Lewis. Run. That's the story right
What makes me tell
you caused him and you filmed it.
Yeah, the Conor McGregor's one. Yeah. Oh, same as Chatterton. Yeah,
Good to meet you, my name is Louis. How do you do? I'm Louis Arrington on YouTube. I cover everything. Probably have seen me, yes. I see that you're gathered outside here today, Westminster Magistrates Court.
Yes.
And we know that Tommy Robinson, the details, he refused to provide his PIN from his mobile phone to the authorities. But in terms of today, why are you here today? Are you here to support him?
Absolutely. Of course I'm supporting him. Yeah. He's no terrorist. So, yeah.
And in terms of the terrorism act that the government are trying to enforce here, do you think they're abusing their powers to lock up individuals such as Tommy Robinson?
Yes, absolutely. You know, it's because it's Tommy. That's why they're doing it. It's because it's him. You know, there's no plot for terrorism. It doesn't have to be a plot. And there was, you know, they just wanted his phone.
And why do you think they're using the Terrorism Act itself? Is it to gain more power and control over the situation?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they just want to get hold of his phone. So, yeah.
Do you think, especially in recent years, do you think, and also moving forward, do you think the government should be scrutinised in using this Terrorism Act in the future?
If they can do it to him, they'll do it to us too, won't they? So.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, I'm just in London. I'm just in London now.
Thank you very much for that. Good to meet you. Thank you.
places they had a COVID, and I was the only one single-handedly got them out of there.
754. Yeah, but what will happen? There's a delay that confuses people. So where are you ringing from? Where are you? Listen, I'm hungry. I want a pasty. Can you put me on down?
Tommy Robinson. Oh, Tommy Robinson. Hey! Did you like it? So I don't need to remember her name. I'll just show Nicola. Yeah, go on.
Hi there, how are you? Louis, nice to meet you.
Nice
How do
to
you
meet
do?
you.
Would you mind telling me why you're here today?
To support our Tommy. He's a good man, he's a hero, and he's a word right in the dictionary. We're right. We're right. Talk to her now.
What do you think of the because we also know he refused to provide
You, Tommy, well done. I'd have done the same thing.
Thanks. And
I would
also,
have done the same thing.
in
I would have done. I wouldn't have given it.
and also in terms of today, so you're here to support Tommy Robinson.
We're here to support Tommy Robinson. They have done so for quite a long time. I think it's extraordinary what's happening in the UK. I think the elite, the people up there who are running the country, whoever's running the country, whoever's driving the road, should be embarrassed on the international stage. They are embarrassed, but they're doing their best to kill, undermine, and effectively erase this discussion around free speech. Yeah, the very rights that our forefathers fought for, whether it be freedom of speech, the journalists, who was in Bethnal Green Road and decided that the flying of the flags, the Palestinian flags, should have come down long time. Lifter ramming, and he's there just now, and he's pulling out a whole load of stunts at the minute. But let's get away from that. So what's actually going on. But Tommy Robinson is an absolute titan of the working classes, and it's because he's a titan of the working classes, that because he represents the working classes truly and honestly and speaks absolutely for the working classes, they want to erase him, they want to undermine him, they want to eviscerate him, and they don't want the working classes awaken problem, because it's actually the middle classes that have caused all the problems, because they're the foot soldiers of the elite. And I can assure you that what's happening with the working classes right now, there's an awakening, a real awakening. I've been around 40 years now. I've seen things as a witness to the history in the East End. If you want to talk to me about the history of the East End and what I actually have witnessed when I came here 40 years ago, I can assure you, I can tell you what's actually happening with the two-tier system that they've employed for 40 years. I can give you the mechanisms that are used. And the mechanism, if you want, by a man called Brian Gerrish back in the day, who responds. Why? Because they've both been common purpose, and they know in each situation what the appropriate response is. Yeah? Because they've been brought through common purpose. They go through the schools, they go through the police schools, they're singled out, they're brought on, they're advanced, they're given positions of rank, and they know full well that they speak what they speak as they're instructed to speak, and do as they're instructed to do. And that is common purpose. And it doesn't just operate, it just doesn't operate in the police forces, it operates also in the media, the mainstream media, and for 40 years I've been having it their own way. I'm glad that the citizen journalist is out there. What I don't understand is, and I'm fairly sure the citizen journalists will get onto this, and they will discuss common purpose, undermine us, yeah? And we need to get on top of the what I call the hidden cells within organisations that they're using to control us.
And also in terms of we know that is it okay if we can move slightly there, because it's a bit weird with the YouTube live broadcast. As soon as someone speaks on camera more and more, for some reason the internet just cuts out. It's a very suspicious. Can we stand here maybe for better internet connection? So we know that, apologies for the internet, but I'm just going to double check in the live chat. We are back now, we believe. but it was very suspicious. As soon as this man started speaking, the internet coincidentally just cuts out. I'm not too sure what's happening, but I'm just going to double check everything is running smoothly, and if that's the case, please do share this stream now, because we're about to do a good interview with this gentleman here who's been going into a lot of detail about, from his point of view, injustice and various stuff going on. But yeah, please share this stream now widely. We're outside Westminster Magistrates Court. I'm going to double check the internet on my phone, just bear with for a second. Okay, yes, now we're back. Yeah, we are back. I was just double checking the internet, if it was working. Yeah, we appear to be back now. Just have to reload it. Yeah, we are back. I just checked the internet. Everything appears to be running smoothly, but oh no, that was just me checking the internet, hence why it was just breaking up for a second just now. But yeah, the internet's back on again. It was really suspicious that the internet cut out all of a sudden when you started speaking, but we know that there's the terrorism legislation that they're using against Tommy Robinson. Do you think that the government are abusing their powers to lock up people such as Tommy Robinson? And why do you think that's the case? Here's the microphone. Do you want to hold it?
Well, this situation is a culmination of what's been going on for 40 odd years. What you're seeing happening now is a culmination of coming to after many events that have happened for 40 years. They've kind of coming closer and closer together, and we're coming towards a tipping point. The difficulty is I'm trying to. I don't want to have to disgorge a whole load of information because there's too much of it. I can't concisely tell you what it is I witnessed, for 40 years, but I can give you a synopsis very, very quickly that leads up to where we are today. So 40 years ago, when I came down here from Glasgow, mostly as an economic refugee looking for work, what I witnessed in the behaviour of the police was that they were going round in Bethnal Green, and what was happening was when an event happened, an occurrence, to say maybe a couple of boys getting into a fracas, maybe a Bangladeshi boy and an English boy, a brown and a white boy having an argument, daily occurrence in the East End. And what would happen is the police would come along, and what they would do is they would effectively kick it under the carpet, but what would happen immediately before that is that groups of Bangladeshis would appear on the situation, and into the situation in cars, and they would effectively, the poor boy would be lying on the ground, having had his head kicked in. The police would then come onto the situation and they would kick it under the carpet. Now, we witness this time and time again, but this is the two-tier policing system referred to. I seen it 40 years ago. So I approached the Metropolitan Police, and I said to him, I says, would you come to my home? I'm going to set up, in the early days of IT, a database to record crime in the area by ethnicity. Yeah? And they sent a liaison officer out to me to dissuade me from doing that. I says, why? He says, well, we don't think it's appropriate. I says, why don't you think it's appropriate? I says, it's not a good idea to know why this is happening. I mean, surely you want to resolve the situation. But they absolutely didn't want it to happen. So I thought about it and didn't do it and left it alone. And throughout, for the last 40 years, all I've seen is this injustice going on. But it made me think about what was going on. So I've done a little bit more research. And I found that when the National Front were walking down Brick Lane in the late 60s, and the Bangladeshi community were there, and the National Front were walking through Southall, and again, the same thing was happening. Effectively, the police were what's known as effectively closing it off, closing it down, and kicking it under the carpet. So this two-tier policing has been going on for a long time. Now, where does it come from? Who's driving the road? Who's pushing the agenda? What is the agenda about? Where is the destination? Because this man in here, is getting swept up in it. He's the only one who had the real temerity and audacity to stand up and tell the elite, hang on, we're not putting up with this. And I remember him going out on the marches. I remember him in Luton. I remember him. And then I saw him one day getting pulled into a court, standing outside a court, and I've seen the injustice that happened that day when he was arrested just for being a journalist. And if this is happening to journalists today, then it's you, me, and every other ordinary citizen on the street that are going to be absolutely hung, drawn, and quartered because we won't stand a chance. Along with that, we're seeing streams of things happening with AI, the digital ID, and a whole host of other things that are going to come into play, and we will not have a chance. We will not have a chance. And by the way, I'm the guy who protested heavily about the Palestinian flags in Bethnal Green Road. I had 20 coppers come to my door. 20, because I decided to put a video up saying, why have these flags been left up here? And bear in mind, the background to me doing this was because English people have been told for the last 30, 40 years not to fly their flags. And I said, no, this is wrong, these flags need to come down, they need to go. Yeah, I posted that up, and they sent 20 coppers, 30-year-olds to my door. Every one of them with their adrenaline shooting through their head. Instead of them asking for me to come down to the police station by a single copper, which I would have done easily. In fact, actually, I did go to the police station, and I got 2 coppers come down the stairs, and they said to me, oh, well, we can't do anything, just go home, the police will come and get you. They said, but they wanted the photo opportunity. And 20 coppers came to my door, and I was like, hang on a minute, I have a gate on my door. And the extraordinary thing is, this is, look, I'm going to give you the keys. My wife has just had chemotherapy. Can I just calm her down? And they were all standing there, and the adrenaline was running through them. I said, look, just calm down, I'm going to give you the keys, yeah? My granddaughter was standing behind me, she was running a video just to watch them. And the extraordinary thing is, when I gave them the key, they couldn't open the gate. I said, look, come on, open the gate, guys, it's easy. Instead of opening the gate with the keys I gave them, they got a crowbar and a jemmy, a mechanism to open up the gate. I was like, and they rushed in like it was some mad, crazy drug baron in the house or something, or some master criminal. Put me to the deck. My wife was screaming, she just had her chemo. My granddaughter was behind me filming this, and they tasered her and then subsequently lied. Now, this is all on record, absolutely on record, all because I decided that I want to articulate my disdain for the Palestinian flags flying in Bethnal Green Road. Now, I'm a free speech absolutist. I'm fine with them. I'm fine with anybody protesting. Fine with anybody saying anything I like to say. But what I'm not, because I see anything, any little movement on that is the thin end of the wedge. It's the wrong direction. So I'm a free speech absolutist for that reason. So what we don't need is this happening to this man. We don't need it. This cannot happen. This cannot be allowed to happen. This man needs to be released here today.
And also, we know that in recent years, do you feel that... Sorry, I'm just going to quickly personal hotspot to my phone, just because of the internet.
What's the matter? You're right there.
I need to... The internet. Okay, now it appears to be back again.
We're live on the ground. Not live and direct.
Maybe if I stand here, it might be good.
Norwich, I need to walk into the epic, drastically the chemistry changes. It's constantly burning up now. And I would say the protest seems to have been slowing down a little bit, but not stopping. I think they're getting a lot more concentrated now, especially in the areas like, I would say, Epping and County Hotel specifically, where the Pink Ladies movement sprung out of. Obviously, you've got all the indicators standing up and saying, we don't want the risk of sexual assault, rape coming from these people who are in these hotels who shouldn't be in this country to begin with. And you'll see people like Stand Up to Racism counteracting this, which is why, I've seen Stand Up to Racism often being called Stand Up for Rapists, because it seems that's exactly what they're doing when they're counter-protesting people who are saying, I'm not in favour of sexual assault. And it's like, you're counter-protesting that. What's wrong with you, honestly? I think it really is a crime that the British government is importing hundreds of thousands, millions of men in some cases from cultures that do not respect the rule of law, do not respect women, do not respect their right not to just be randomly sexually assaulted on the streets. Why on earth would we import so many of these men here? I've heard the criticism from the left that you say, pink ladies, why are they going off against these migrants? But there's already so many white rapists, in England. It's like, that's the point. There already are. We've already got too many of our own criminals. Why on earth do we need to be importing men from across the world who are even more likely to commit these serious sexual offences? I think every white rapist should be locked up in this country, and I don't think any other rapist from anywhere around the world should be allowed to come in the first place.
I agree.
And then it connects to the fashion way. But like, obviously pointed at the sky, I'd have to carry it around, but like, I might know how easily. Starlink, so easy. And even if there's signal jam,
there's still nothing. I don't think anybody trusts the Labour government to run a grooming gang inquiry, especially not when it was so many Labour councillors in areas such as Rotherham, Rochdale, all across that section, the north, northwest, and northeast of England, that were involved in either being part of the grooming gang or covering them up along with the police. To be honest, I don't think we need a grooming gang inquiry. I think what we need specifically is basically a national tribunal which has the power not only to investigate but to arrest and to prosecute, because we know that the police are involved in covering up. We need an entirely separate body that can arrest other people that could be higher than the police that would want to touch themselves. We need somebody that's completely independent from the structures that were involved in the cover investigation, that has prosecutorial powers, so that we can actually get people not just blamed, not just pinpointed names-wise, but actually arrested and locked up and having to keep
I'll give you 50 quid if you do that.
Yes, well, I'm primarily on X at Jack Hadfield. All of my links are available on my website, which is jackhadfield.co.uk. But primarily, I'm on X at Jack Hadfield.
So, like Jack is highly independent, and this is why it's so important that patriots,
It's like really needed. Going for lunch, like leave the poor man alone. He's going for lunch. Like, remove the context of a court case. You're just harassing a geezer for I mean, you remove the context of like
Cheers.
I feel so sorry. The man must have just got out for lunch and everyone's just taking pictures. Don't be too violent. We remove the context of the fact that it's a court case. We're just harassing a man that's going for lunch.
Aggressively.
Yeah. This must be a massive ego boost.
Oh, he loves it.
Wendell, stop.
Big up!
You almost got locked in there.
I'm going to get my footage in first as well, mate. Just about you, yeah?
Poor man. I feel so sorry, but I have to do it anyway.
Let me just...
Sorry. Anyone who walks in here must be fucking strange style, innit? Well, what did I do wrong? Go on, treat him nicely. He's just come out of court. There they are. The man.
Put the microphone on him. He's putting the microphone on.
Connecting my mic now.
Let's just put the microphone on.
You have to stand in front of the...
Move out the way, move out the way, move out the way. Move out the way. Tommy, Tom, come. Hey, Tommy, move out the way, man. So Tommy, can you tell us what's just happened inside of the court?
We've heard the police's cross-examination where it turned out that they took 34 seconds to determine I was going to be detained under the Terrorism Act. 34 seconds where they're meant to take time to question you at things. They didn't question me, they just saw my face and automatically made the decision I was going to detain me. That's what's come out of the officer's evidence. What also come out is that his meeting to detain me was on my ticket.
You okay? Okay. It's okay?
Questions on the reasons, and it was suspicious that I was driving to the south of Spain. Now, they took 40 minutes to question partner agency. Nothing come back suspicious against me. Nothing that backed up I should be detained. When questioned, did he check my previous travel? I leave this country every other week. I don't live in the UK. I live in the south of Spain. So that would have determined that nothing I was doing was suspicious. But the police officer had to have a break and go about a faint to come out that he absolutely did not follow his protocol, did not follow the law. This is a total abuse of the legal system. It's an attack against me based on my political view, nothing else. There was no suspicion of terrorism, no suspicion of crime, simply the fact that I was Tommy Robinson. And I'm now in court for being Tommy Robinson, not for being a terrorist.
Where are we in regards to the trial? So you've had the cross...
I think there's another police officer now to be cross-examined, I believe. I believe there's another officer, and then I think we're there. So I'm hoping that this is done this afternoon.
So potentially it's done this afternoon. So you're going for lunch now. What time will you be back in court?
Starts back at 2. I've got back at 10 to 2. But anyone listening to that, anyone who's sat, if anyone's been, I know Ezra's travelled over from Canada doing some great, brilliant live tweeting.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm very grateful for him doing that. It's an absolute farce. The entire case is a farce. How the hell I'm here? If it wasn't for Elon Musk, I'd have another massive bill. The only terrorism that's being committed is financial terrorism, and it's waged against me. Because every one of these cases costs 10s or 20 or 30 or 50 or even £100,000. Yeah, and it shouldn't be happening. It shouldn't be allowed to happen. This is the second time now in 7 months on my last case where it was proven that the police acted unlawfully, detained me unlawfully, arrested me unlawfully, without powers to do so, and give me unlawful bail conditions. That's what happened here last time I was in this court. I hope the same happens here today. But if it does happen today, what the fuck is going to be done about it? Because it's an absolute liberty that this continues to happen. For the last 15 years, I haven't had a peaceful moment where I haven't faced any prosecutions. It's not right. Yeah.
I hear you, Tom. Enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you when you come back.
I did well.
Good to see you. I admire you, bro.
I appreciate it.
I admire you. Yeah.
Aidan, I've got your back.
Thank you, darling. Yes, you did. And I went in. Thank you.
Ciao, darling. Ciao.
Excuse me, do you mind if I...
And they're totally abusing legislation that gives them absolute an abuse of our freedom. We'll see what happens.
Tommy, do you think the UK government are abusing their powers with the Terrorism Act?
The UK government continually abuse their powers. They use anything they can to abuse their powers against anyone who's critical of their absolute failures. So yeah, this is a total abuse of terrorism legislation. It should not be legal. And if I'm acquitted today, then something needs to be done about it.
Thank you.
Legislation. As an American, I can tell you, just sitting there and watching it, I was shocked that your freedom could so easily be taken away from you. It's worse. It's worse. It's the most it's so shocking just to sit in there and watch it. It's almost like they planned it. The two officers, you could see them. I think the motivation was they were anti-Tommy Robinson. When you look at all the information and see how they stopped it, they had zero
It's like the most narrow node to have like the ways on
You could almost see they actually detained him for 45 minutes when he could have just legally driven off. It doesn't sound a whole lot like a terrorist to me, does it to you?
Again, this is another demonstration of complete police overreach.
Well, it's complete. Not only is it complete overreach, but it's really these two officers. It sounds to me like they conspired to get Tommy Robinson because they had zero actually legal authority to do what they did to him. So travesty of justice, man. I tell you, as an American watching it, it's unbelievable to me.
What's worse, Canada or the UK?
Oh, I still think the UK.
Really? Ezra said the same thing. Right, Don.
Yeah, how are you, man?
Don.
Good to see you, brother. Good to see you.
Don.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Quick, brief,
Sure, yeah.
just a second.
What do you need, man?
So in terms of what's happening at the moment, do you think, just stand here if that's okay,
Yeah.
Get the sign in. But yeah, in terms of what the UK government are trying at the moment, do you think they're abusing their powers with the Terrorism Act to try to lock up Tommy Robinson?
100%. I was the only American that was sitting in that gallery. It was really shocking to watch as an American to see that your freedoms can be so easily taken from you in this country using this Terrorism Act legislation. And it was very clear from the officers' testimonies in there that neither of them, especially for the constable in charge, the arresting officer, had zero right to detain him. He actually detained him for 45 minutes illegally. And in a time period when Tommy could have actually driven off, we find out today, he did not record something as simple as the date and time that he stopped Tommy. Those things were not on his witness statement. The arresting officer admitted that he knew who Tommy was as he saw him coming up on the video, as he saw him coming from far away. So he already knew he was already biased against Tommy Robinson is what it sounds like to me. Both of the officers involved, it's really like they conspired to get Tommy Robinson. If you listen to all of the information in there, it's really a travesty of justice the way they're using it to infringe, really just rob people of their freedoms in this country, in Great Britain. But it was awful, man. So hopefully they'll be able to do something to correct it in the next election. I don't know what it's going to take, but it's definitely it was a get Tommy Robinson kind of deal, the way I see it.
Don, thank you very much for your time on camera. You can see me on YouTube, Louis Errington. Thank you. Cheers. Good, thank you. How are you? You okay? Good to see you. Yeah. How are you? Okay, good to see you. Yeah, good, thank you.
It'd be nice to be able to sit in the courtroom with those away. I don't know.
Stop changing your mind all the time. Sorry, what is it?
Okay, we're going to be pausing the live broadcast, so we're not ending it. However, we will be pausing the live broadcast for a short period, roughly half an hour. We'll be pausing the broadcast, so be sure to tune back in at quarter to 2, or 10 to 2. Back shortly, stay tuned. We're not ending the stream, but we will be pausing it. Please bear with. We're going to take a quick break as well. Thank you, everyone. And we're back. We're back officially, heading towards back to Westminster Magistrates. We're just going to plug the microphone in. Waiting, everyone. If you're in live chat, the mic is plugged in. If any of the mods, please put one in the live chat if the microphone's working. Testing, mic check 5x5. Thank you, Dan, TV 102. Thank you, Bong, James Bong. We're back now, heading, just crossing the road. I think we can go now. Yeah, we're good now. Appreciate you coming. Thank you anyways. I'm going to do some interviews, but I'll definitely catch you later in a second. Thank you.
Tommy, I believe lots of great things can happen.
Back now. Fish and chips. Just around the corner. Yeah. Nice. Really? Don't blame you.
Didn't eat this morning.
Oh, fair enough. Hash browns and everything. Yeah. Good, thank you. How's it going? You okay? Yeah, just going to. Oh, give me a second. Yeah.
It does make me laugh. Every time they try to the gaffer, Tommy Robinson, all he does is raises his popularity, raises his profile.
Okay, we are officially back outside the Westminster Magistrates Court, where Tommy Robinson is back in for the second time today after his short break. Yeah, we're back broadcasting live and on the ground in central London. Welcome onto the channel. My name is Louis Errington. I'm an independent journalist and I cover a diverse range of protests and events in central London. So if you're new to the channel, be sure to subscribe and hit the bell notification button so you stay notified whenever I go live or upload a new video. As we see behind me, we got Westminster Magistrates Court and a lot of Tommy Robinson supporters here who are still supporting him. Yeah, he is back in for the second time today and should be out within the next few hours. And we will find out what's happening with his case as well, whether or not he might be facing jail time, or you never know, he might be completely free. So we're not too sure yet at the moment on the specific details, but if I get any information, I will update on the live broadcast throughout the course of the afternoon. So stay tuned, share the stream, and I hope you enjoy. Thank you for tuning in once again. My name is Louis Errington. I'm an independent journalist, and thank you for watching this live broadcast. We've been streaming for a few hours already, and we're going to keep going until the very end and see what the verdict is after today. There is a possibility that there might also be another hearing tomorrow for Tommy Robinson, so we will undoubtedly be down here again to report on that as well, if that is happening tomorrow. But all we know so far is that he is back in court at the moment for the second time today. Thank you once again, and I hope you enjoy the live broadcast.
No, hold on, whoa. I'm an In this country, on the 9th of November, it's going to be a very important day. That day, it's going to be commemorated Sunday. And it's going to be a very special day. That's what I'm saying. Nothing bad. No, listen.
Hi Roy, how are you doing? You okay? Very good to see you. I'm at Westminster Magistrates for the court case, but I was just wondering if you have a spare 5 minutes just for a quick online interview, just on the phone, by any chance, potentially? Okay, so guys, we have a special guest on the live broadcast, and we're doing an online interview. So we have a very special guest. He is also moderator on the channel. So Roy, about what's happening with Tommy Robinson, his case, do you think that the government are abusing their powers on the Terrorism Act to lock him up?
You have to take into consideration now, he didn't really break any rules. He fled the country because he wanted to get away from it all and what have you. And they took an opportunity to actually seize his phone, right, to get some information.
Yep.
Whatever their motivation was, it was a bit undercut. It was a bit underhanded, and he refused. He refused to give his details, his PIN code, which under the Terrorism Act is a serious offence, believe it or not. And he kind of knew that. He actually knew that, but he still said no because he was sticking up for his fundamental human rights that were being abused. So he stood his ground, and for that reason, he's facing terrorism charges because he didn't want the authorities to look into his phone because he had other cases of other victims that he was investigating on that phone. Could he have gone to an arbitrary group and said, look, you find the information that you need to prove that I'm not a terrorist, and then not allow the terrorist police to see the rest of it? He could have gone down that avenue, but he chose not to. I think what this does, personally, is shows the farcical performance of this Labour government and this judiciary system at the moment. And I think the world, he's taking the ultimate risk. And the world are looking at us and they're laughing at us. And they're not laughing at Tommy Robinson, they're not laughing at the people, they're laughing at the government and the way that they're trying to enforce this globalist agenda, which is completely outrageous. And I'll tell you now, Tommy, he's in there, he knows the consequences, and he's willing to face those consequences so that we can keep our freedoms. I mean, this is a warrior. This is a true leader, a true warrior in action now, and we're all praying for him. And we all hope the judge can see through beyond all the bureaucracy, and you know, he has a little bit of Christianity in his soul to see that what is happening to Tommy is completely and utterly diabolical.
And also, do you think that the Terrorism Act could be used in the future for other people as well, if the UK government, potentially from other people's perspective, if they go too far with this?
Well, Steve, this is the thing. I mean, this could be a good thing or a bad thing, right? Now, it could be a good thing in the way that, you know, everyone's going to look at this and go, this is an absolute joke, man. This is persecution. You know, the laws are being flouted, like they did with Section 43 of the Terrorism Act, stopping everyone who had a camera and then putting them through a nightmare, right? Same with Section 14, the way they use it willy-nilly. They abuse their powers here, there, and everywhere, and they're becoming emboldened. The police have become emboldened to be able to abuse these powers, which is outrageous. And I think what Tommy's doing, you know, he's taking a bullet for everyone, so that everyone can see. And so even people that didn't like Tommy, that I knew years ago, have said to me, I support Tommy Robinson now. It's unbelievable, the shift in the tide that I've seen in my community, the support of Tommy and what he's doing. They understand now, because they're going to feel it with this digital ID thing being forced upon them, with no like saying whatsoever. and the illegal migrant crisis that's being forced upon us, we have to put up with it, even if they are parked right next to a primary school where our grandkids and our kids are going. No, we're not having it, and Tommy is setting the standard here. So hopefully, September the 13th, 3 million people showing up. Will actually make a positive difference, and hopefully, fingers crossed, and prayers for Tommy that it works out in not only Tommy's favour, but in our favour.
Big up to Roy.
Thank you very much, Roy, for your insight with this all going on as well. But yeah, really much appreciated. Thank you so much.
I've been friends with Wendell ever since, and he's been to every Tommy Robinson event ever since, and God bless him, and God bless you, my friend.
Thank you. I appreciate the support as well, and also with what's going on, they now want to introduce the digital ID scheme across the UK. Do you think that's a slippery slope into what China has enforced many years ago with their social credit system?
Well, all I can say to that is, do bears shit in the woods? Of course they do. And yes, 100%, this is a slippery slope, a communist, Marxist agenda, a globalist agenda. You know, the powers that be, the elite, are looking at China to be the next superpower. You know, they don't want Trump to be the superpower because Trump is breaking all the rules. Trump is saying, I'm not having any of that. So it's a challenge to them to actually disseminate our movement, which is not just in this country, it's in America as well, and it's all over the Western world. So pay attention, everyone. You know, keep your eyes to the skies and keep your faith, and we will overcome.
Thank you once again, Roy. Very much appreciate it on stream. Everyone's loving it, especially on broadcast. It's something unique to do a quick phone in, and yeah, definitely. Are you around on the weekend for the ID protest? Perfect. Thank you so much for the interview, or the online interview on camera. I loved it. Thank you so much. Definitely. Perfect. Take care of you too. God bless. Goodbye. So that was a special guest on stream. He tuned in. Unfortunately couldn't make it today, but was going into a lot of detail from his point of view, what was going on, what is actually currently going on across the world, and especially this country too. But we are currently outside Westminster Magistrates Court, where Tommy Robinson has actually gone back inside for the second time today, and he will be out within the next few hours or maybe even sooner. But we'll update you all on what goes on throughout the afternoon, especially with his case. But we do know he has a lot of support, especially there is Elon Musk, who is known to be backing Tommy Robinson. Elon Musk from America, the owner of X, which is the platform formerly known as Twitter. So Elon Musk is one of the biggest backers in the world who supports Tommy Robinson. Now a lot of individuals all over the place as well who have come down today outside the court as well to express their frustration, what it appears from their point of view towards the UK government, and whether or not it is widely questioned now whether Terrorism Act is being abused, not just on Tommy Robinson, but we know there are another of notable figures who are well involved in various stuff, and George Galloway was actually detained a few weeks ago out in Gatwick Airport, and he was detained under the Terrorism Act. We're not sure on the specifics, but he was detained under the same legislation. So it's not just what it appears to be many people who I've spoken to today, and also many people who I've actually interviewed. It's not just an individual such as Tommy Robinson where the government, they have said to me that the government are not just using it on him. Other high-profile people or less well-known people it could be used upon in that sense. So yeah, we are now live and on the ground, as we see, outside Westminster Magistrates Court at the moment. There's a lot of people here, well, a number of people now, who are, what it appears, they are expressing their support for his team and himself as well. And also, there's a lot of individuals here, but yeah, it's a busy day today of filming. We've been streaming for 3 hours and we'll continue to broadcast this to YouTube and X. So if you're new to the channel, be sure to subscribe once again and click the bell notification button.
Hello to the 71,000 watching. Let's take it to 100,000, man. 71,000 is...
Also, we got Wendell here, and there's a lot of people.
And how many on YouTube? 3.7. So 3,700 on Twitter. Sorry, on YouTube. That means my maths is nearly £75,000. And just imagine all of you give me a little pound each.
A pound each goes a long way.
If you will give me a little pound.
How are you?
So breaking news. See this man here? Yeah, he's got on his top, yeah, and it's a Slazenger top.
It's not a Slazenger one. This one's actually made in England.
Slazenger. That's Slazenger. Tommy says he refuses to wear the Urban Scoop Slazenger.
We're not skint no more. We don't need to wear none of that.
I'm skint because I do it for free.
I've been upstairs, yeah. A couple of things. The judge had a little bit of a go about live streaming the event. Only the people that have put in press applications, I think the terminology is are allowed to live stream it. So Ezra's not allowed to live stream it.
But when you mean live stream, you mean tweet?
Tweet, yeah, live stream from inside. Afterwards, I've come out and done my own video and stuff. But he says live from the court only if you're part of the UK press and you put in the relevant application.
Where does that say that in the rules?
Well, that's what he stated for this court case. So Ezra Avant just quickly sent an email in and he said until he reads the email, he can't give him permission to do any live tweets. So there's no live tweets going out at the moment. Ezra is still typing away, but I think he's just putting it in like a word format to post later.
Yeah, but isn't that yet again two-tier justice?
Well, yeah, because you've got all the mainstream media in there that are posting away the BBC, the Daily Mail, and every other idiot, but you won't have any media that sits support Tommy Robinson. They're not allowed to post anything. So it is completely two-tier justice. It's two-tier media.
That is so sad because we were told initially what they said was no mobile phone.
Yeah.
And then you can only do it on your laptop.
We make a video and send it to you. Yeah. And when you can't tell me about it,
That is what we're now seeing. They're trying to take away the ability of our independent journalists to give you guys.
Because it's succeeded. The independent journalism succeeded. Urban Scoop, all these independent auditors, etc. that are here, Rebel, Vox, we're the ones that control the narrative now. Street Mike, well, you are Urban Scoop, But yeah, we're the guys that control the narrative now. It's the ball's in our court after all these decades. So that's what they're trying to shut down. But there's another police officer that took to the stage now. Now, if the first one made a few...
On the stage?
Oh, yeah. Well, it seems like a comedy show, so I'm going to call it a stage. So the second police officer, he's talked to his comedy show stand now. The Crown Prosecution put some nice easy questions to him. Why did you do this? Why do you think this is okay? He answered them quite eloquently. But when Tommy's defence came on, it's actually just tearing them apart. I've had to leave there because it's so embarrassing. Even I feel embarrassed for him. I've walked out shaking my own head. The magistrate in charge has actually sat there thinking, what's really going on here? You know what I mean? This is a shambles. It's more and more being played out by these officers' own testimonies and statements that they are and they have been using that arrest as a reason, using the terrorism law as a use and abuse reason to have them arrested in the first place. It's ridiculous. He's banging on about, started mentioning, he goes, mentioning Tommy Robinson, the demonstrations. He goes, what demonstrations have you been on when you've seen Tommy? He goes, no. He goes, what are you talking about? He goes, EDO. He goes, that was bloody 10 years ago. What about now? What are you talking about? So they're still cracking on. Like I said, I'm in shock about it already. I don't even understand why this magistrate wastes the taxpayers' money once again, just so they can fill their own boots, fill their own ego, these police officers. But even the superiors of the police officers that are taking the stage, they're sat in the gallery, and even they're not in there. They're thinking, fuck me, we fucked it, lads. We fucked it again.
Do you know something? What really annoys me is that you got someone like Tommy Robinson, a patriot who's up there charged with a fucked up criminal offence. Yeah. You got people like, did you watch the documentary film on Panorama a couple of weeks ago? Charing Cross?
No, I didn't watch it.
And you had Officer Stampede.
Yeah.
An Officer Stampede.
Yeah.
What kind of...
It's ridiculous. I mean, we've seen it recently, even after the 30th of September, we brought millions and millions of people to the streets of London, and we have evidence of that due to the helicopters that they that they rented.
Was you flying it?
No, not this time. You know what I mean? I've actually been back on my licence, but maybe next year. I'm joking. I can barely drive a car. And then, so,
we know that.
and then literally we brought millions and millions of people to the streets of the UK. And even the Home Secretary in Parliament and Prime Minister's question time was so adamant on bringing up the 23, 24 proxy arrests. I see more arrests in my local boozer on a Saturday night. But when you've got these terrorist supporters, the Hamas and Palestinian supporters, on the streets a couple of days later, on the same day that an Islamic extremist murdered Jews up in Manchester, there was a few thousand of them, but 400 get arrested. No one's really talking about it. It's ridiculous. This is another abuse of power by a clear two-tier policing by the police, abuse of power. They use that terrorism law just to arrest them, and now they're trying to use that same law to defend their credibility. But Tommy's lawyers are picking it apart bit by bit by bit by bit. I think you're going to have some great news by the end of the day.
It's not happening today.
Well, Tommy's still got to hit the stand. So the two officers have come up, the sergeant's up there. About 35 minutes in. I feel so embarrassed about our police force, even I've had to walk down. And the world's watching, the world's listening, you know what I mean?
And the world is watching, and we're live and direct. There's about 100,000 watching. I got to ask you something.
Big up Bangladesh.
So I remember your days, man.
Yeah.
Because you was talking about 24 people get arrested at your local boozer. Because you're a rebel, man.
No.
You're worried about. Go back to the EDL days.
Yeah, let's go back to the EDL.
What was it like in them? Because Tommy is still tarred.
Yeah.
And you and Tommy were some of the founding members, man.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. People,
EDL.
I don't believe tar is the right word. I'm proud of the fact of my history within the English fencing, organising demonstrations, being a spokesman. I'm proud of the fact that we took thousands and thousands.
Hi there, how are you? Good to see you again. The internet's better now, but can we do another recap if that's okay? Thank you. Yeah. Let's get the background of Westminster Magistrates.
I'm proud of it. They still use that.
Just stand here. It'll be okay if we can stand here. Okay, so yeah, here's thank you. So yeah, we are currently live and on the ground outside Westminster Magistrates Court. We interviewed this gentleman earlier on in the live broadcast. Unfortunately, the internet cut out. But just as a quick recap, what do you gather from today so far?
So today, so far, seems to be going on a bit. So as at the moment, it's a bit long-winded from what I can see. If I would have been the judge in there, I'd have thrown this out of court immediately. He's got to make a play of some kind, but at the end of the day, I think it's a foregone conclusion, because if in the end he makes a judgment around the freedom of the press, right, and it's against Tommy, then it's against the rest of the journalists, the rest of the country, and in effect against our very undefined and not well-defined constitution. He ain't going to do that, so mark my words, I can assure you, this is getting thrown out of court, but this is all dressing up here back in the courtroom at the minute. He's probably a common purpose judge. He knows full well he can only go so far and make it look so good, and it's all part of what they're doing to Tommy. Is, you know, the process is actually the wearing out of the man. It's the undermining. It's the derogatory terms, the dismissive terms. It's the far right references. That's what it's all about. Effectively, what it is subjugation of the working classes and keeping the working classes down. They know full well that they're arousing from their sleep. The English literature's full of it. As long as we're quiet, as long as we're drunk, as long as we're on drugs, intoxicating, fighting amongst ourselves, and the middle classes and the upper echelons are running things, then they're happy. But they see that's a turn. This is a turn. There's a change in the weather and the direction of travel. And it's been going on for 40 years. And what I can't understand, and this is for you English people out there, I'm of these islands, by the way. I'm actually from these islands, genealogy speaking. I'm from these islands. I'm 8% Irish, 13% Scots, and the rest, the remainder, between the hinterland of Wales and England. But what I want to say is that, and I asked this question many years ago, why is it the English people, to a fault, are prepared to erase their own identity to appear civilised? Why is it you're pushing your civilised response to things to the nth point where it's getting embarrassing, where you're quite prepared to undermine your own people? I mean, take the grooming gangs, take your journalists who want to speak freely about what's going on with the grooming gangs. Look at what's happening to the towns and cities that are being, an absolute scourge of, what can we call it, Islamist hate, and what else can we call it? And I'm not talking about the ordinary Muslim person, because there are many, many good Muslims. And that's the thing about our constitution. Our constitution gives you the right to choose a religion. Many people come here for that right. But if you're going to put this man in court today and undermine one of the very tenets, one of of our value system that were fought for by our forefathers, then we've got a big problem, a big, big problem. And that problem is finding its voice in the working classes, because it's them that have been undermined, eviscerated, driven out, lost their homes through legislation, through implementation by the middle classes, who are the foot soldiers of the elite, the progressive elite, as I call them, the progressive left-wing elite, who are actually driving the agenda through common purpose. What are you going to do today, or what are you going to do tomorrow, when your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren ask you where you were when this was going on? When they're subjugated to the nth point, when teachers are telling them but they don't know what it is to be black, when teachers are saying to them through through identity politics, that you being white is an objectionable trait because you don't know. Well, that's all nonsense, because we know the history. For 1400 years, for instance, we know that the worst kind of racism, was brought to bear on white people. So that's a nonsense. We can go right through, but they want to escape all that real analysis. Of course, the far left, or the left, or the elite, liberal elite. But the question is, why are they doing this? What we need to say ourselves is, why are they taking us down a particular trajectory, which to us we can't see where it is that they're going? What is the direction of travel? Who is actually driving that road, and why are they driving it down that road? Why are they driving us down this road? Because if you listen to Professor Dr. David Gates, who is a professor at one of the big universities, I'm not sure if it's SOAS or one of the other universities, but he lectures and has studied in revolution, counterinsurgency, and all these other areas to do with revolution and whatever. And he's quite clear about what's happening right now. He says, and mark my words, and mark his words more particularly, at no other time have the elite got themselves into a corner like they've got themselves into a corner just now. I mean, even as an aside, even if you listen to people like Trump and Elon Musk and a whole load of other people, there is something far wrong when you hear people with money. And one of our allies telling us there's a problem. So let's talk about Dr. David Gates. Dr. David Gates is quite clear. There is a growing number of people, who are starting to feel that there's the necessity for, how can I put it, protest. Not just ordinary protest, but protest, violent protest. Because it's quite clear, when the judiciary, when the police, when all the other people who are employed by the elite are not listening, when the media have been covering up and getting away for so long and now are getting, and have been arrogant in doing so, how are the people to express this? How are they supposed to get through that we're not putting up with it? Now, I'm not advocating we go into the streets and start, rioting. But what have people, I'm asking you out there, I'm asking the police, I'm asking the media, I'm asking everybody out there, what are the ordinary common people to do when their children are being raped? When their homes have been taken off them, through using legislation, when they're putting low traffic neighbours in and affecting areas where the working classes are being run out of town and eviscerated. Well, Dr. David Gates has said quite clearly, he says, well, what's happening is that, like no other time, the elites have run out of offices because they've marginalised the police, they've marginalised the army. So if they put the army and the police on the streets, if there is rioting, what are they going to do? How are they going to respond? Remember, these guys are working classes too, and it's been happening to their communities. So what are they going to do? The elites in the past could avert the situation by throwing money or changing legislation to assuage the population. But now is a different time, guys. It's a really different time. Believe you me, it's a different time. I can tell you. I know, I've been here around 40 years. Listen, look at my face. I can assure you there are things afoot. And the other thing that needs to be looked at in conjunction with all this change is what's happening in IT and AI and knowledge coming down, and it's informing the middle class, the working classes. They're being informed more easily now. They're getting information much more quickly. The media and everything there is to hand. It's telling them. It's everywhere. We know what's happening. We know that you're subjugating us.
So thank you very much for your time on camera. Very good to see you again. Thank you very much.
It's brilliant. It's called the Art of the teams. I do a little bit of tech food. I've got a big teacher.
How are you? Louis, good to meet you. How do you do? I'm doing okay. So in terms of today, and would it be okay if we could get a background of the, if you don't mind standing here, and then we can get like a background of
What's that, my friend?
Sorry?
What's that, what you said, sorry?
If you don't mind standing there, and then we can get like a background. That's okay. For the interview. Yeah.
Me interview? No, I'm not going.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm sorry, brother.
Okay, no worries.
I'm sorry about that.
Okay, thank you. Cheers.
I'm 60 years old. I've got dodgy knees. I'm still here. I'll do what I need to do because it's
As we see, we are currently broadcasting live and on the ground outside Westminster Magistrates Court in central London. Welcome onto the channel. This is the second time today now that Tommy Robinson has gone back into the court for more. So we'll bring live updates on the channel throughout the course of the afternoon. Thank you very much for tuning in, and I hope you enjoyed this live broadcast. Be sure to share this stream all over on social media and also with your family and friends as well. We're live and on the ground reporting outside Westminster Magistrates Court, where Tommy Robinson is currently in court, and he, basically a bit of background information, he refused to give his PIN from his mobile phone to the police and to the authorities, and now they want to charge him with the Terrorism Act, which he could be facing up to a few months in prison potentially. So we're not sure yet on the verdict. There is also a possibility that tomorrow there'll be another hearing at some point in the morning, and we'll be broadcasting that as well from outside, of course, live and on the ground. So if you're new to the channel, be sure to hit the bell notification button so you stay notified whenever I go live or upload a new video. But as we see, we have the Westminster Magistrates Court behind me, and Tommy Robinson is back in, and he'll be out within the next few hours, or if not, maybe earlier. So we'll wait and see what happens. But we've spoken to a few people already here so far today, and the main takeaway from the interviews from the people we've actually spoken to, they see it as an injustice on what's happening to Tommy Robinson. So from their point of view, from their perspective, that's how they see it. They think the UK government are abusing the Terrorism Act and using it as an excuse to lock him up. So that's what we're getting from a lot of his supporters and some of his team down here today in central London. So we're live and on the ground once again. My name is Louis Errington. I'm an independent journalist. I cover a broad, diverse variety of protests and events, and also Speaker's Corner on a frequent basis. So if you're new to the channel, and if you haven't already, be sure to subscribe and hit the bell notification button so you stay up to date with unbiased, impartial news coverage of a lot of the stuff that goes on in central London, in Westminster, Speaker's Corner, and a lot of other places as well. So once again, welcome on. And also I'd like to give a huge shout out to all the moderators who are keeping the live chat clean and helping out with the channel and the live stream today. But we are outside Westminster Magistrates, and I'll just pan the camera around. We can see over here that a few of the Tommy Robinson supporters have actually turned up to express their support for Tommy Robinson and what's going on. But there's a few of his supporters gathered outside here, and they've been here for many hours already, since 9 a.m. this morning, where he actually had his first hearing, and then now he is inside again for the second time. Wendell, do you want to do a quick, while you take a break, quick interview on camera?
Yeah.
Sure. Do you want to, in front of
the
this
backdrop?
one? Yeah, with the backdrop. Yeah, with the backdrop of the
court.
Yeah, the court. Do you want to use your camera as well, or? Yeah.
Go.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so we are interviewing Wendell from Street Mike, and also on the social media channels he's broadcasting to the world. But
at the moment,
so far, what's your take on today, and what's been happening lately today?
Then I'll tell you what's been happening today, but just to correct, currently I do not really live stream on Street Night live stream. Don't do it. Yeah, in general, what I now do is live stream directly on Tommy Robinson's YouTube channel and also Tommy Robinson's Twitter page. I believe it's a conflict of interest if I'm live streaming on my own channel and Tommy's. So I've decided to just focus on what's going on specifically with Tommy and trying to develop Urban Scoop. And in regards to what is my take on today, I think it's quite shameful and disgusting what I'm seeing unfold in front of me. We've got Tommy Robinson, who went to Felixstowe or Folkestone, one of the two, on the 28th of July. He was driving a car on his own, heading to Spain, because that's where he lives half the time. You understand what I'm saying? And he was stopped. Yeah. The border officers then detained him, and they wanted access to his mobile telephone because Schedule 7 of the Terrorism Act permits that. Yeah. But Tommy refused to do so. The reason he refused.
Okay, we do appear to be back now. Yes, apologies for that. It wasn't YouTube, it was Prism Live, which shut down on us for some reason. But yeah, we are back.
For arresting Tommy.
Not giving a pin. Not providing his pin.
No. Yeah, but I mean, what was their justification for what to go into his phone? Because under the terrorism legislation, you must have a justification for checking the phone. What justification did they give?
I reconnected.
Listen, it's important. We got about 83,000 people watching now.
Yeah.
And it's important for you to give your take on what you saw, heard, and understood. Because we're not sanitized, we're giving people.
Yeah.
Because different people will perceive what's going on there differently. You know, some people say in the court you can't hear very well. Some have gone upstairs.
No, you can.
You can hear now?
You can hear very well because like they've got two different courts, so you can hear. Inside the court where Tommy is, you can hear. The other court you can hear as well.
They may have fixed
I can hear myself. I can hear, but I don't know about the other court.
But other people were complaining where they were.
Yeah.
They couldn't hear. But the important bit is you're down here.
They've got a speaker and everything. You can hear what they're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but it's great to get a different perspective. Some people say they didn't.
Yeah.
You say they did.
Yeah.
That just shows you when it comes to gathering evidence, the difficulty from different perspectives.
Yes, that's right. Yes, I agree with you. Yeah, I agree.
But all I can say, sir, thank you very much. This man is just.
I'll just pop back in. We're reconnected now.
Resetting
We
his
reconnected back onto the live broadcast. So we have Zonji Media and also Wendell. But if I don't mind asking, I'll ask you first. What's your take on today? We know Tommy Robinson is in court now for the second time today. If we don't mind standing more into the camera. But what are your thoughts on what happened so far today and what's going on with him?
What my thought of what happened, I see that what I understood is they're trying to gain information from Tommy. They're trying to access the PIN, the PIN, your mobile phone and things like that. What the officer said about it, and Tommy refused. And then it's been held for like 6 hours, I believe. They took him to. That's what I've heard.
They took him over there. They asked him if he needed a solicitor. He said no. He needed a duty solicitor. He said no. That's what they asking about. That's all. What I see is Tommy was saying nothing apart from the solicitor was asking a lot of questions, and the prosecution also, they were asking leading question back and forth to detectives and the counter-terrorism officers.
And we know that there's the Terrorism Act, Schedule 7, which has been used upon him. But do you think that the UK government, in particular, are abusing their powers with the Terrorism Act to lock up individuals such as Tommy Robinson and also go after potentially other people in the future?
I think it depends on that police officer individually. Not everybody. Possibly you might meet a police officer that he don't want to, play by the law, and then maybe see the person that is famous and well known. He might not suspect or anything like that. But it depends on those officers where they're at the customs. I don't know what their intention was, and they asked because the judge and the solicitor asked them, "Do you recognise Tommy?" One of them said, "I didn't recognise him. I didn't know who it was." Yeah.
And you've come down here. You have your own platform where you film all sorts of stuff that goes on in London.
Yeah. Of course I do. This is what I've got to raise awareness, advocate for everything happening. Community journalists, which is very important to show both sides of everything rather than cover up, because some of the rest of like the BBC and other people, they just chop up the stuff. Materials get doctored and posted online, but it's not the whole story. And it's very important for people that are doing stuff in the ground, not to chop up stuff, not to cut the footage, and make sure people know what's going on.
Final question, whilst beforehand, I'll just double check if we're still rolling. Yes, we are. Okay. And now, in recent years, we've seen the rise of independent freelance journalism, like myself, other people who provide unbiased content of all sorts of stuff that takes place all over the UK, especially in London. But do you think the rise of independent journalism, independent media is going to become more of a thing in the future and could possibly take over some TV channels? Not all, I'm saying, but some.
Yeah, definitely, because you see the rise of independent journalists and auditors has become a lot more better right now, and maybe in the future people are not even going to watch the BBC or other a news channel, but because the reason is because they're always finding a way of making it which one is the official, which one is not. But what I got to say, I got to encourage people to go through journalistic, especially independent media. It's very important to have independent, non-biased media. Because if you try to send your footage through to the BBC or other platform, they're not going to listen to you, unless it's coming from big source, or when we've seen at the BBC Panorama on a place as well. Yeah, and I encourage a lot of people just to pick a phone, and go in the street. If you wanted to be an independent community journalist, do that. Yeah.
Sondri, thank you very much for your time on camera.
I appreciate
very
it.
good to see you.
And you also got a good platform.
Yes, so Louis Arrington. And now, Wendell, just to resume earlier, we're back on air. Yes, we're back on stream. As we were discussing earlier, just a second ago.
Hold on. We want sound as well.
Yes, everywhere. And then I just hold this in the middle.
Yeah.
So in terms of what was going on earlier, take on today, a bit of a summary from your perspective.
Well, what I'm seeing is that a trumped-up charge has been brought against Tommy. You've got the system don't like him. I believe he will be found not guilty. I don't know, I do. Because I know he's not a terrorist. We all know he's not a terrorist. If he was a terrorist, he would have been remanded in custody from the 28th, 29th of July last year. Yeah. However, the way the criminal justice system works, if these people in this court, if there's any slight possibility there's a hook that he can be found guilty, and they do it, he's going down. And if you're going down, the 3-month sentence and a massive fine. But I believe from what I'm hearing from people coming out, is that the prosecution case is flimsy, the witnesses are rubbish, and let's hope the case will be thrown out or he's found not guilty.
And also, just slightly moving question here. We know there's a lot of media attention here, and there's also independent journalists like myself. But in recent years, we've seen the rise of independent media, neutral independent media such as myself. Do you think that will become more of a thing as time moves forward and could potentially take over big TV news channels such as the BBC?
I believe, but forget about taking over the big news channels. No, not taking over the big news channels, yeah. There's issues which we can discuss, but in regards to getting the narrative out or to get the news out, we already get more views than the nationals. We do it. Look at what we're doing today. Yeah, look at what Tommy Robinson did on the 13th of September. Look at what all of the citizens journalists has been doing around the country in regards to migrant hotels. That's Tommy's vision. So citizens journalists, they have a very important role to play in changing the narrative, and it's happening. And you know me for a long time. I have concern about citizens journalists, and I do. My concern is that I've given up my own channel because there is a conflict of interest in me doing my channel and doing this. You cannot, as a citizens journalist, be an activist and a citizens journalist. There's one or the other. You can't be arranging protests and then reporting on that process. And there are issues with citizens journalists potentially, when things have been reported due to monetization. I see big issues coming up. But in general, the role of citizens journalists is very important. There needs to be some rules and regulations that we have to fall into. But then if you do, what's the difference between a citizens journalist and a mainstream? There's issues, but the role of citizens journalists is very important. We are taking control of our own narrative. Look at Urban Scoop, what we're doing. Very important. And there's a lot of talented citizens journalists who are young coming through the ranks, like yourself, being independent, and I hope you've been influenced by Street Mike. Big up, big up, big up. So, and you're seeing all different perspectives, and you're learning how to report objectively. That is so important.
Not with a bias.
Yeah, that's objective.
Yeah, objectively.
And that's so important.
Definitely.
So I've answered that question honestly, I hope.
Wendell, thank you very much for your time on camera, and also I appreciate being on the Urban Scoop as well. And
and Tommy's
YouTube and Twitter page. But yeah, we're outside the Westminster Magistrates Court, and as we see today, Tommy Robinson has gone in for the second time. And as you said earlier, we're hearing potentially that it could be that he comes out not guilty, he might not go to prison, and we'll see how it turns out.
Potentially he might. We don't know.
We don't know.
Until it's
until everything's confirmed. Anyways, once again, thanks very much.
Thanks
Cheers.
Lot, so I'm now going to speak with the young gentleman. Come to my cameraman there. I'm going to put that there. So, what's your name, sir? So, you were in court number 1, the first floor. Can't believe
Yeah, we're back now.
Yeah, no, I was just asking them about going in tomorrow. They said to take food, drink, whatever you want, but as long as it's not sharp, I want them here. Give them what
I got sent into today, which I was all happy about and heard how
I might be asking, why have you got a crush on it? Just in case it gets a bit violent.
Just everywhere. It's always on it. It's like a common process.
Analysis of what's going on inside of the pool and has the skills to be able to live tweet and that judge saying, now you can't do that no more. So they're losing our ability to communicate, recognise and technically what is going on. But there are many different ways to skin a cat.
Yeah, Vodafone down.
That's what they say.
Vodafone are down. No one I need to hotspot.
Get EE, mate.
So, for an interview.
Good.
No, Vodafone have an outage. Okay, we just got some information separate to what's happening. So we're on down detector right now. the reason why this broadcast has been buffering is because Vodafone have an outage. So on the phone we're streaming on, we used Vodafone, but because the internet didn't work, we had to refer to a personal hotspot. So right now it's working, we're hotspotting, but Vodafone, BT, a lot of Virgin Media, there's an outage on all sorts of networks online, Grok as well, WhatsApp. This is on Down Detector, O2, Origin, so Asda, so it goes from all the way there. But Vodafone apparently are reporting a big outage within the last couple of hours, so hence why the internet has been not good.
I got a couple of business calls.
But other providers also have outages, so a bit of information. BT also has an outage, Virgin Media, Labara Media, EE, but luckily we've been good with EE so far on the stream and it hasn't affected us. Sky, Grok, which is used by X, also had an outage. So weirdly enough, all at the same time, a lot of network providers had internet outages all across their networks. So that's just a bit of breaking news from that side of things, just to let you guys know.
There is a public gallery. Yeah, there is a public gallery. That's where we work. Oh no, so they said that if anyone continues, then there will be no public gallery. It's almost like they kind of want to get it done, and then it's like, all right, he's in jail now. Now you can hear me talk about it.
It's a bit strange that all of a sudden, I don't know if it's a coincidence, could be a technical difficulty, which does happen a lot of the time, but a lot of network providers have all of a sudden just had an outage. So we're not too sure. It could be a coincidence. Yeah. Thank you very much. Is he coming out? Apparently.
I work for them now.
Vodafone's down. EE is working for me. I'm lucky. Yeah. Is he coming out now?
I love it.
Hi sir, how are you? Louis, nice to meet you.
Yeah, I saw you're the digital ID thing.
Yes. So in terms of today, just before Tommy Robinson comes out of court again a second time, what's your take on today, the verdict, bit of a summary from your perspective?
Well, obviously we don't have a verdict now. I think language is important there, but I'm concerned because obviously I don't like the magistrate way of doing things. Like in Scotland, they have the sheriff format, where basically they're the judge, jury, and executioner. There is no jury of the peers here, so it's basically if the magistrate doesn't like you, no matter what your evidence is, they could just say, yeah, don't care, guilty, and. The way that we were stopped from live tweeting, only allowed agreed press by the court, that concerns me as well, because again, it stops your everyday man and woman from hearing, well, at least, if it's not the truth, at least the other side of the story, or where it's at least trying to be the truth. So it does concern me a lot. I hope he gets off, because I don't want to see someone go down for something they've not done. They've got him on terrorism charges. You read that headline, you go, oh my god, what's he done? But the terror charge here is They said letters in your phone, and he said no. So I think, if anything, it's a bastardisation of the English language. And that, I think Tommy's about to come out at the moment, that is a huge concern itself. So regardless of getting the right outcome here, I think there is a massive flaw in the process.
And in terms of the UK government and their powers surrounding the Terrorism Act, do you think the UK government in particular are abusing their powers, trying to lock up individuals such as Tommy Robinson?
Oh, absolutely, because I think, if anything, he is... I don't really believe in the political system anyway, because you get so many people who go in there wanting to change things, but actually once you get in there, it's quite nice and comfortable. So why would you stop your own gravy train? So I do think they are massively abusing it. I think they will continue to abuse it. And to be honest, I think almost no matter who's in there, it's going to get abused, because if someone's a threat to your gravy train, you're going to want to stop them. So yes, I do think that they will.
Thank you very much for your time on camera.
Yeah, no
very good
worries,
to talk
mate.
to you.
Hey, chill out, man.
Get back, you lot. Get back.
Your mic on. Yeah. Just do it like that, yeah?
Okay, so it appears that Tommy Robinson is coming out again for the second time today from court, from Westminster Magistrates Court.
Interviewing Dan White.
Round two.
Can you guys go and wait?
I'm completely stuck, I can't.
Security not. I can't, mate. No, we're going on the floor. We're not going to get in the way of you on the floor. No, this person behind you is going on the floor. Oh, okay. Small lady. So if you could let her through.
I mean, really, everybody should take 2 steps back if you're in a meeting. I mean, it's just too tight.
Where are you from?
BBC.
It's just a question.
Well, if you're mainstream media, I'm not being funny. You're never here for Tommy any other time, are you? Do you know what I mean? You're only coming when it suits
Oh,
you.
no.
Yeah, but it don't matter.
Complete carnage here. Completely packed.
Wendell, no, they're going to make him come out of the next door, not that one.
Come this way.
You have to let other people out as well. Oh, I see.
Hang on, let this lady out.
Come on, Wind your back, move. Wind your back.
I'll go this way. Go that way. Walk across. Excuse me.
Let me get in now.
We can both get in.
Well, everybody want under the camera.
All right, okay.
I'm trying to see if Lauren's here.
Thanks.
Thanks, I heard you there.
Last time we did this, come out.
The other door.
But that was the planning anyway. But they closed
Free filming.
Sorry about that.
Hey, Ezra? Yeah, in a minute.
Sorry, can you move
Ezra from Rebel News.
Sorry, you don't need to be close because
Ezra, Rebel, go forward.
Ezra, can I grab you quickly?
Cheers.
Well, you know, there's been, I think, 4 police who have testified so far. Not one of them has had what in America or Canada we would call, you know, a reasonable grounds or reasonable cause to pull Tommy over. They all said they just basically knew him as a celebrity and they knew his politics. None of that's got anything to do with terrorism. None of them asked him any questions about committing terrorist activities. That's what this law is for. In fact, it was a combination. They were starstruck by the fact that a celebrity was driving through, and some of them knew that the deep state, their bosses, have a tremendous antipathy towards Tommy, so they sort of cooked up reasons to go after him. The stupidest things I've ever heard. You know why they pulled him over? They said, like, the cops were asked, well, why did you think he was a terrorist? Because he was driving by himself, he bought his ticket that day, and he was borrowing a friend's car. What? That's why you think he's a terrorist? These cops were lying. I believe they were lying on the stand, but they were lying in the service of the thesis that the entire government has, which is that Tommy is an enemy of the state. And this is yet another indication that it's tough to get good justice in the UK. I really think there's two-tier justice. If this was a normal case, this would be stayed immediately. This would be thrown out of court immediately. But with Tommy Robinson, you never know. I'm worried that Tommy Robinson can no longer get a fair trial in the UK.
I mean, this is going into day 2. I thought this morning it would be over within an hour.
Well, listen, judges and lawyers like to take their time. They're paid by the hour, paid on salary. They're not like the rest of us. But I am pleased with how Alistair Williamson, Tommy's barrister, is doing it. I think he's just making mincemeat of these cops, but we'll see what the judge says.
Yeah. All right. Well, Ezra will be back here with you tomorrow.
All right. Thanks very much.
Thanks for flying in, Ezra.
My pleasure. I'm a tiny bit sleepy. I'll join the scrum if you don't mind. I don't want to block anybody, though.
Just block a mainstreamer.
But Ezra, later on I want to ask you, I've heard that the judge has banned live tweeting, and I want to find out more about that. Why he's actually done that. And I was just sitting on my hands for the last 2 hours. The judge told me not to live tweet. Now I'm mustering some credentials, but I don't, in Canada and the United States, you don't need a government license to be a journalist. That's sort of a, authoritarian thing. But where in the rules does it say that you have to have accreditation to be able to live tweet? Well, I don't know. I mean, I was told a number of things. I don't want to fight with the judge. Yeah, of course not. But tomorrow morning he asked me to, in fact, at the very end today, he asked me to present credentials tomorrow morning. I mean, listen, I've live tweeted from the Old Bailey, from the Royal Courts of Justice, from Luton, from Peterborough. I've probably been to a dozen trials in the United Kingdom. I've been accredited at the White House, at the Knesset, wherever. It's just sort of odd to be told not to tweet in Westminster Magistrates Court. Yeah, I get you.
I specifically asked if I can tweet, and they said yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I need your credentials.
I was in the room where they had the live link. I specifically asked the cleric, and they said, yeah, you can tweet.
Yeah, well, I got
to
it.
Take pictures, they said.
Right. Well, that's a very interesting fact, and I appreciate you sharing it.
Ezra, I have a quick question for you.
Sure.
My name's Louis. Good
Hi,
to meet
Louis.
you.
How
So,
you doing?
in terms of today, what's it been like for you coming down here to Westminster Magistrates Court?
Thanks so much.
When he comes.
When he comes.
Practicing my quads. Just working the quads. Yeah. I'll get down. Just happy if I forget, okay?
So yeah, in terms of today, what's it been like for you?
Well, I've done this before. I get on the night flight, fly to the UK, live tweet a trial, and go home. So I'm sticking around another day. I'm very sympathetic to Tommy. You may know that I've, supported him in the past. But I'm delighted to see so many other journalists here, and I'm going to kneel down later, so don't worry, I won't block. I just walked out. There's no way out. It's like a fish net or something. Yeah, I'm not going to escape.
And in terms of the UK government, we know they're using the Terrorism Act to try lock Tommy Robinson up again. Do you think the UK government are abusing their powers on people like Tommy Robinson?
You know what? And whenever J.D. Vance talks to Keir Starmer or Trump talks to Keir Starmer, they always raise freedom of speech, and Starmer always lies. He says, "Oh, we protect it in the UK." No, you don't. And I think that if Donald Trump knew about what was going on here, he would be appalled. As Tommy mentioned this morning, Elon Musk is paying his legal bills because Elon Musk knows the deep threat to free speech that this government poses. That's not a good thing.
Ezra, thank you for your time on camera.
Cheers, my
Good
pleasure.
To meet you. Thanks.
Sure. I'm gonna go down, but I'm just gonna wait until he comes, and then I'll sort of squat down. I'll have the worm's eye view, or maybe I should go to the side. I don't want to block these guys who've been waiting.
You've got to find out where they're from.
Do like this lady.
Well, I don't want to be mean.
He probably can't do that.
Yes.
Okay, got dodgy knees, Ezra. Is that okay? Not like me. mainstream media here? Well, certainly not the kind of thing that someone would answer publicly.
You are. You're ABC, so you're mainstream. Yes. There was a BBC.
I think so. That's the third time. Yeah. But look at what, I mean, I'm going to guess that 2/3 of the folks here would call themselves citizen journalists.
Yeah.
And I tell you, it was very different 5 years ago covering Tommy. It was, well, here we go.
The ones that look like they don't like doing what they're
Gents,
doing.
can you do us all a really, really big favour? We are going to be coming out this way to make it easier for us so you get what you want and we get what we need. Can I have everybody push back, please? I'd greatly appreciate it. You guys just take like 2 steps back for us. And we just need a little bit of space.
No one's moving it.
Yeah, it's not going to work like that. It's not.
Go down, Israel! So Tommy's just about to... I'll go down and
hit the like button, guys, subscribe and hit the bell notification and all. Thank you.
coming down the stairs. I can't see it from yet.
I'll stick it over.
Alright then, thanks a lot. I've just heard he's on his way. He's not coming to my camera first. I thought you were with
I am doing both.
figured out that.
Fantastic.
Here he comes.
Where he is?
He's with Bob.
Yes.
Sounds like it.
Bob Jewellery.
Young Bob.
Young Bob's here. Yes, go on, young Bob.
How's that?
Tommy's coming outside court now. Like, subscribe, hit the bell notification as well.
I was tired, was very, very tired.
So Tommy, you're now coming out of the court. What has happened?
Only accredited journalists, when they say accredited, only government-supported journalists were allowed to report on the second half of the trial, which means no one, I guess, out here, because you're not going to hear it from the mainstream media, because I've looked through the mainstream media's reporting on the case this morning. It's insane. It's fucking insane.
They're lying.
All the unlawful stuff they've done, all the illegal stuff they've done, and not one part of it has been reported on. It's mad. Which is the need for people like Ezra and other people who have flown over from Canada to come and report on this. Unfortunately, he's been gagged today from when we went back in. No one else other than the government control, which what is that? That's communism, no? Only government-controlled media are allowed to report on what's going on inside the courtroom. And it's meant to be about fair and open justice for people to understand. The reason why we need citizen journalists is because these fucking frauds don't report. We've seen that by the reporting this morning. We've seen that. An officer has accepted this afternoon, which you wouldn't have heard, that he held me unlawfully because he was supposed to have done certain things that he didn't do, and then there was 3 different things that he was lawfully had to do that he didn't do in order to detain me under Terrorism Act. It's not like we're stopping you for a quick check in your car. We're nicking you for terrorism. We're using terrorism legislation to detain you and pump around the whole world that you're being charged under the Terrorism Act. You better make sure your shit's in order. And none of it's in order. The reason for detaining me wasn't in order. They just made up as they went along. What we then found out is they made up stuff today that's not in their statements. Do you know how many times we've asked them for disclosure? And they've refused it. So we've gone back saying, what did you do for an hour and a half? Because they detained me, there was a 40-minute gap, then there's another hour and a half gap. What were you doing in that time? From stopping me originally, what was going on? We know what was going on. It was going up the ladder to the top, yeah? And they were making decisions. But they didn't make any notice, and even though we asked them, what were you doing? They refused to answer. And then today, we were taking information from other organisations. Well, we've asked you that multiple times. You have to give us disclosure, which they haven't given. They didn't give. So now there's been another application to make the judge aware. We've asked all this information, then they've brought shit up today in court where there's no evidence of it, there's no paperwork trail, there's no email trail, there's nothing. And then he started making up, do you know what his reason was? Islamophobia. Islamophobia. What even is Islamophobia? They're taking it from the Labour government's Islamophobia bill. You talk about Islam, we're going to nick you under terrorism. That's it. Anyway.
I'm back tomorrow.
I'm back tomorrow for the verdict. let's hope the judge gives us something to have a bit more faith in judges in the UK forward. Last time I was in this court, I got a positive result from a judge. I wish I was tried by a jury, but I think after the judge listening to that absolute facade of a shit show of legal corruption and bullshit from a police force which detained someone under the Terrorism Act within 30 seconds of seeing who I was. And then they've tried to make up and wrote statements 6 months later, 9 months later. Why didn't you write this at the time? Why you wrote all of the officers trying to get their ducks in order? That's what they were trying to do a year later. Well, why did you detain them? And then they're making up all the reasons, so let's see what happens today.
Has the trial finished today, Tommy?
Yeah, turn the camera around for a sec. You're a member of the press, you was in there today.
Sorry, Wendell.
You're a member of the press, you was in there today. Can I ask you, what did you think of the fact? What did you think of the fact?
We're getting absolutely crossed.
No, it's not. No, it's not. There's no jury. That's only for juries. There's not contempt. That's a lie. That's a lie. No. You're a member of the press. Well, I've looked at your reporting today. I've looked at your reporting.
Absolutely
I've looked at your reporting. I've looked at your reporting today.
No, walking off, you sausage.
That's the mainstream media, yeah? He is sat in that court case. We'll see what verdict we get tomorrow. Not one of them has reported any of the unlawful stuff.
And then they went and told on the other reporters.
And then do you know what? He went to the judge. He went to the judge to make sure Ezra was stopped reporting. He did. He was the grass. He went as a member of the press to point out that he's sitting in the public gallery and he's reporting on this case. To prevent him reporting, so that the only narrative you get is from them. Fast car, cash in his car. Why do I have cash in the car? Because we kept it at demonstration the day before, and I can't bank in the UK, you mucks. Anyway,
they mentioned about vague answers.
Yeah, he asked me one question. Where are you going? Benidorm.
That's it. I can make that long. And I was in there today watching. Yeah. One of the things I like to do when I'm doing journalism, and I like to watch people when they think the cameras aren't on them. And I was seeing you at times look genuinely perplexed.
Don't worry about it.
You look genuinely perplexed at some of the things they were saying. Was this like almost
Well, they were bringing stuff up that we've been trying to get out of you for the last year. Information, what happened in that time. Then today we went to different organisations, but you haven't told us that, and we've tried to get out of you for 12 months. So you're bringing stuff up in court that you have not given us disclosure for, which is unlawful because they're meant to give us full disclosure, and we haven't had disclosure. So it's like they just suit it. And then, as you said, as you heard in his evidence, they admitted so many things. Well, how come you haven't said that in your statement? How come you haven't said that? So for me, I'm standing here, I have to keep coming back on trial for what is a total abuse of the system, a total abuse of their own laws, and to watch counter-terrorism be made to look like Scotland, which is what happened today. You're going to detain people. This legislation is so overpowering and overreaches on people's freedom and rights. You have to have reason to start detaining people under terrorism legislation, not it's Tommy Robinson. Yeah, because that's the reality of what they've done in 30 seconds. He recognised me, you're detained. I get vague answers. As it said, my passport shows that I travel out of the country every other week, yeah, to the location which I was going. It wasn't suspicious. It's not suspicious at all. They didn't even ask me. They go up, he was driving someone else's car. I had the logbook and I had the man sitting on the phone. They didn't ask to speak to him. They didn't look at the logbook. They didn't mention the car. They didn't mention anything. Even in the questioning, no mention of terrorism, no mention of violence. So what was the purpose in it?
Finally, the magistrate is the judge, jury and executioner.
Yep.
Do you think today is just a formality and that they've already decided you're guilty, or do you think you could actually win?
I think the fact that we've been able to live stream to the first half of the court, and many public are going to have heard the evidence that happened today, I think that it's going to be very difficult. I think it's very difficult for him to side with the counter-terrorism, with what that absolute bullshit that has come out today in court. The fact that they've unlawfully detained. They've admitted, that last officer admitted that I was unlawfully detained, and that he couldn't have held or made the decision because he didn't know what was going on or check what was going on. Yeah? So he couldn't have made that decision. It has to be unlawful detainment. So just on that one point, but there wasn't that one point, was it? On each officer, there was a point, and there was lies, blatant lies, which they were caught out with today. So let's see what happens. Yeah?
Tommy, you're doing God's work,
Thank
and
you.
the papers are behind
Thank you everyone for coming.
Give us the microphone, Tom.
Yeah. We're off, yeah?
This top is
Cheers, mate. Cheers, mate.
Good.
Yeah, good.
Well done, Tom.
Tommy Robinson.
Oh, it's nice way past the tree.
Keep going. Keep going. Come on. Make space. Come in. Make space. Make space. Keep going.
The only solution to their
Let's keep going. Come on, keep going. Keep going. Let's keep it going. Go to the side. Keep going. Come on. Keep going. Keep going. That big bit you felt last term. Go, right, keep going both of you. Top. Thank you. Keep going a bit more, bit more. Go.
Good work, mate. The only answer to the smears and lies of the media is citizen journalism, so everyone here, I see you're always active.
Trying to, mate. Tommy, what do you think of the rise of citizen journalism in recent years?
It's the only answer to get the truth out, because the mainstream media, as has just been proven today, none of them have reported what's gone on this morning. We rely on all the citizen journalists to come report, so the public will get a true representation. I know, what mug, shit, what proper shit there. So we rely on citizen journalists to get the message out to the public. So thanks for coming. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, man.
Cheers.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Cheers, man.
Do you think there'll be words tonight?
I'm taking my notes out though.
Hi Don. How are you again?
Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah, good to see you. Yeah, so we know that there was a mixture of us independent citizen journalists.
Oh yeah, mainstream
media
cowards, man.
What do you think of? There was a mixture.
The mainstream went and told the prosecutor and the court administrator, clerk, whatever you call her, and told on the independent journalists in there so that nobody could live tweet during Tommy's trial. That's what kind of cowards they are, because they wanted to control the narrative, you see. They had a bunch of us in there reporting on X what was going on in real time. If you've already seen the BBC's headline today is Tommy Robinson refuses to give his pen. They didn't report any of the other information there to show how incompetent those police officers were and how much of an orchestrated stitch-up that it was. The whole thing is just bullshit. It's government overreach. Government tyranny is what it is. So if this judge is on the up and up, this whole case is really an embarrassment to this judge's courtroom. If he was any kind of judge, based on the evidence he's already seen, he would have already dismissed this whole farce of a trial. It's ridiculous. Just another attempt to stitch up Tommy Robinson for any reason they can.
Don, thank you very much once
You're welcome,
again.
bro.
Good to meet you.
What's your platform? What's your outlet?
Louis Errington. So I'm on YouTube and X. We're doing a broadcast.
What's your handle?
At Louis Errington.
How you spell Louis?
L-O-U-I-S.
L-O-U-I-S. Double R Errington?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll look for it.
When you going back to the States, mate?
Thursday, brother. Thursday.
Take care, brother. Well done.
Thanks everyone for coming out. Support Tommy.
You'll be back tomorrow, yeah?
Good luck tomorrow, Tommy.
Well done,
You love you.
Tommy Robinson. Oh, Tommy. Tommy Robinson.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Love you, Tommy.
Good charge as well.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Do you know what? I've got about. Do you know what? This phone takes a lot of.
Oh my God. It's so close.
Give me back 20%.
It's so
Yeah, that's
close.
right. It's got me out of trouble because now I can go to a pub and change up. 2 power banks I've gone through.
Thank you.
I wouldn't have had time.
Oh, you wouldn't have time to stay down with you.
But,
well done, though.
But I'm going to try and get it.
I'm going to remember this one. So hit the like, subscribe and hit the bell notification, all guys. See you later all. Cheers, mods. Thank you everyone else. I'll be here tomorrow, so don't forget to keep your notifications on tomorrow. I'll be here tomorrow. See that, guys. Thank you. My neck, ladies.
I don't know what's that, but it's going to be on BBC News.
Video, and I thought I was clever videoing him, and I realised it wasn't actually video.
Oh yeah.
Good friend of hers.
You know her as well. The only one I know. Yeah. She was my best friend for about 3 years, but I haven't seen her since she was 6.
Guys, I'm going to have to end the live. I've been going for nearly 7 hours. Wrap it up, man.
Fucking wrong with you. Wrong with
But they do it anyway. Oh, Alison's here.
The guy said, fuck it, smash it in a minute.
I won't,
I'm gonna head back and with my stream. Yeah.
Right, well, I'll you pay you tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll be here tomorrow. Yeah.
See you later.
You too. Bye bye.
A great jacket.
Did you see me there?
Oh, hi.
Hi.
You received the old one with the new one in the first? You took the video.
We're going to be calling it a day now. Thank you to all who have tuned in to this live broadcast. I hope you all enjoyed it. We'll be live and on the ground reporting tomorrow at Westminster Magistrates Court again, the second time, so the second day running. So we'll be live and on the ground in the morning, slightly earlier than today. Thanks once again for tuning in. My name is Louis Errington. I'm an independent journalist and I cover a broad variety of protests and events, and also Speaker's Corner on a frequent basis. So if you're new to the channel, be sure to subscribe and hit the bell notification button if you would like to see more unbiased, neutral, independent journalism from all sorts of protests and events that take place. And I'll keep you updated. In addition to what's going on with this court case, there might be something else going on, other protests, other stuff going on to cover. So once again, it's been a pleasure covering this today, and we'll be back again tomorrow outside the same place, Westminster Magistrates Court, earlier on, slightly earlier than today. So be sure to tune in. And also, besides the court case stuff, we will see if there's other stuff, other protests, and all sorts of other events going on. And I'll keep you updated on the posts page on YouTube. So do keep notifications on, as it also does help the algorithm as well. My name is Louis Errington. Hope you all enjoyed, and see you all on the next live broadcast. Take care, everyone. Goodbye, and have a lovely rest of your afternoon.